And if you know about the funding, so I think we should start with the tech. Later on, we can tell about the funding sources, grant, and obviously the people would be more curious to know about this as well. Okay, how we got the grants, how you can connect with the good funding, because there are many
Yeah.
incubators. They are
That
the
will take
sector
in the
agnostic.
question answer session, whatever the question they will be having.
If you wanna ask any question, you can ask directly.
Yeah. So one important thing. So we were basically teaching so many you can say methods, business tools, might be which we are using in the as per our part of our syllabus and to guide our students. Something
Mhm.
like SWOT analysis, Porter
Mhm.
five forces. So what I think that these are basically become something outdated. So Manishji, what is your take? So can you suggest some new business tools, methods, which actually either you have learned from your IIT or any other incubator, or which we actually need to tell our students?
Okay. So, because when I got into the startup, so earlier had the problem for the talent acquisition, right?
Yeah.
So I started with the campus recruitment. I hired the one HR candidate, right, sir? And thereafter, because there was a huge requirement, right? So for that, because so I was started exploring, how tech can help us in recruitment also. So then we went through the Zoho hiring software, all right, human resource information tool. Then yeah, so in that software you can teach the students how you can set the hierarchy also. Already they have some developed the platform, right? And also how you can customize the hierarchy as per your company needs. So the students should be very friendly, like these kind of tools and software, how we work, how we can take the help. Because the same time, because right now what's the problem is with me, because I'm incubating multiple incubators, right? In the Kolkata also, we have a team, right? So up now, how I can connect, how can I analyze the performance there, right? But through that software I'm able to do that. So the this is the one thing. Another thing is like the Claude or Max, or also the faculty also should help to the students ki, like how they can buy this Claude Max annual subscription. Through that they would be learn how we can refine our data analytics, right? Because currently, like, we are analyzing the consumption pattern, how this is changing with the time, with the generation also, right? So yeah, so Claude Max is helping us a lot, right? Now we only the two team in in the economics department who just working on this consumption analysis, right? Because how this can be possible only because of the Claude Max. So yeah, students should be aware what's the technology going in, what the advancement is coming with the technology. So these two things, Claude Max and the Zoho software, I would suggest. Hello. So I think your voice. Hello, am
Sorry,
I
I was on
audible?
mute. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Sir,
Thank you.
हाँ sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, Manish. So,
Thank you.
participant, if you are having any question from Manish about mentoring these students, about tech, about deep tech incubation, or something else, so you can just unmute. You can just raise your hand, unmute yourself, and you can just ask question directly from Manish. If you are having any questions, because we are, yeah, yeah, Ajay ji,
Yeah.
you can go ahead. Yeah, please.
Yes.
Hello, Manish. It was a lovely story of you.
Yeah.
Can
Thank you,
you
sir. Thank you.
just briefly tell you how did you start your idea? I mean, from the idea to coming into an incubator, then into real business. Can you give a timeline or a story like that?
Okay, sure, sir. Sir, the thing is, the leverage something already I had, because we are into the exotic business since more than 35 years, right? And also was the part of the Latin dance communities, and also the was the part of the some club members. There is some embassies collaboration societies, or like the sea transformation, right? So there, what the problem I was analyzing, ki, like, there is a huge problem in the supply of exotics like fennel, avocado, asparagus, right, sir, chives, right? So people were not, the whole horeca industry were not able to, to get what exactly they want. Because, if you would have to study about the exotics, even every step, there is some stage of consumption at every stage. If the semi 40%, right, 30%, 80%, something this way goes, right? So I identified this problem, and what I started, then I started, working on the ground. Because Hyperpure is our competitor, right? So, and also we just interacted with some of the Horeca's player ki, like you are procuring from the Hyperpure. What problem again? Are you facing any problem again? So they said yes in the freshen, because they, what they stock everything, right? So the contamination problem, also the quality issue, there are a lot of issues, and also the price is a big issue, right? So what we done, that we started connecting all the wholesalers directly with these Horeca's players. This is the one thing we sorted out in the phase one. And the one, because in the last, I think 6 months back, now we have onboarded the 16 clients Horecas, like Noora, Nara, Ollie's, Healthy Heights, Catus Point. These all are B2B clients, right? So then thereafter, in the phase two, what we have done, we have set the pipeline of all the Horecas, micro and the macro Horecas. Like, whatever we get returned from the premium, it goes to the cloud kitchen, the micro Horecas players, and the some of the uh, small vendors as well, right? So this way we have sorted the supply chain, and we have reduced the wastage also. But all we are doing through the WhatsApp API. This is the most important thing. How much we burn? Only the 2000 per month, right? All we are connected to WhatsApp API. That's very automated. We have integrated all the APIs. This is the one thing. But the same time also, because yeah, we are earning good profit. So now, but we are investing this profit in solving the pre-harvest problem. Because last season, what happened? The broccoli price was shoot up to the 1200 rupees per kg. Obviously, the climate was one of the reasons. The another thing was because the farmers also not aware about with which crop they should go, right? So on to solve that problem, we are working on the consumption analysis. Okay, like, so this way we can guide the farmers. Look, these are options you have. If you want, you can switch with these crops, and this way you can, be profitable. So yeah, so this way we got connected, and now we have the target of to target the B2C, and two societies we have currently in the Gurugram sector 50, and the another is the Golf Course Camellia, right? So now we are going to the B2C also. Am I
Thank you.
audible, sir?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Thank you.
Okay, okay, yeah.
थैंक यू मनीष जी। सो मनीष जी, एक क्वेश्चन मेरे ही माइंड में आ रहा है जो सब शायद जानना चाहते होंगे। सो कैन यू जस्ट टेल अस इन ब्रीफ, लाइक हाउ बिग इज योर बिजनेस इज? सो यू हैव स्टार्टेड विद व्हिच अमाउंट एंड नाउ योर कंपनी इज लाइक if you have a
So earlier
comfortable
that
for
was the
sharing.
bootstrapped, and we received the 136 lakh grant from the Stanford University, ठीक है, to solve this the pre-harvest problem, right? And along with we received 13.5 lakhs some of the government scheme through the, right? But yeah, initially I started with the bootstrap. I invested my 4 lakhs rupees, ठीक है. Then now,
Sure. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So thank you, Manish. You have shown us that innovation needs both a circuit board as well as a balance sheet moving on.
But in a longer way, for the long term, you can't be dependent on all the government schemes, right?
Yeah,
Somehow at the
true.
some point of time, you need to be independent.
Sustainable. That
Yes,
should be a sustainable business model.
yes, yes,
Thank
yes.
you, Manish. So please stay with us. So we'll be calling our next speaker for today.
Thank you so much.
So first, I'm calling. So Abhi, we are always talking about the technology versus the environment. So Manish was talking about environment. Now I was just talking about Manish was talking about the technology. Now we have the next guest who will be talking about climate. So let's talk climate. The team at Prakritik Sukoon built Climber Move. Imagine a smart solar powered green wall that capture CO2, clean air, and cool building with zero electricity bill. So I am sure Delhi se jitne bhi log belong kar rahe hain, they can just feel it. So they hold a provisional patent and backed by IIT Roorkee, BIMTech and IGGT with R&D funding from IIT Ropar. The team is represented by Rekha ji. Rekha ji, I request you in 5 minutes, please tell us how did you connect complex climate research to real institutional support and a patent? So over to you, Rekha ji. Rekha ji, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, Rekha ji.
Uh, Now I am audible.
Yes, yes, you are.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Present here. I am Rekha, founder of प्राकृतिक सुकून. ऑनेस्टली ये स्टार्टअप आइडिया बिजनेस से स्टार्ट नहीं हुआ था. बेसिकली एक फीलिंग से स्टार्ट हुआ, जहाँ पे आज जो हम शहरों की कंडीशन देख रहे हैं, जहाँ पे हम नेचर से डिस्कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं डेली लाइफ में, और उसके इफेक्ट्स हमको देखने को मिलते हैं रियल टाइम. सो वी थॉट कि अगर हम शहरों में ज़्यादा कंक्रीट को देखते हैं और ग्रीनरी को कम होते हुए देखते हैं, तो उसके इफ़ेक्ट्स क्या है, लाइक टेम्परेचर का राइजिंग होना, एयर पोल्यूशन का बढ़ना, और साथ ही साथ में ग्रीन स्पेसिस का कम होना. हम ब्यूटीफुल बिल्डिंग्स तो बनाते हैं, बट इन्वायरमेंट को जितना हम कम वैल्यू करते हैं, उतनी हम अपनी सांस को भी कम वैल्यू दे पाते हैं. रियलिटी मार्केट में इस चीज़ का डिमांड ऑलरेडी, लाइक गैप बहुत बड़ा था, जहाँ पे लोगों को सही गाइडेंस और सही चीज़ों की नॉलेज चाहिए थी. लाइक लोगों को ग्रीनरी चाहिए अपनी डेली लाइफ में, बट उनको सही लाइक इनफ स्पेस, इनफ टाइम और इनफ नॉलेज की रिक्वायरमेंट रहती है, जो कि लाइक वो अपनी डेली उसमें फुलफिल नहीं कर पाते. तो हमारा सिंपल फोकस था कि उसी प्रॉब्लम को एक इम्पैक्ट के रूप में ग्राउंड में प्रेजेंट करना. तो मेरे लिए ये पर्सनल लाइक इमोशनल टच है कि लाइक जहाँ पे 2023 में मेरी दादी, हाँ, दिल्ली आए थे, तो उनको कंटिन्यूसली कफ होने लगा. सो हमने डॉक्टर को उनको दिखाया, देन डॉक्टर से कि लाइक आप कहाँ से. सो वो बेसिकली राजस्थान मेन गांव से हैं, जहाँ पे लाइक लॉट्स ऑफ ग्रीनरी और ये सब. सो दिल्ली का पोल्यूशन उनको इतना ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट किया, तो डॉक्टर से कि लाइक आप वापस वहीं चले जाओ, कि आपको दिल्ली में अगर आपको एक अच्छा लाइफस्टाइल चाहते हो और जीना चाहते हो ज़्यादा अच्छे से, तो आप वापस चले जाओ. सो वहीं पे भी ये इम्पैक्ट मेरे को नज़र आया कि लाइक ये अगर हमारे इसके लिए, तो हम फ्यूचर जनरेशन के लिए क्या इम्पैक्ट छोड़ रहे हैं. सो वहीं से इस चीज़ का मेरे को आया कि लाइक मैं क्या कर सकती हूँ. सो मैंने अपना रूम एंड अपना घर में प्लांट्स को ऐड ऑन करने के लिए ऐड ऑन किए, देन उसको मिनी जंगल का रूप दिया, तो उसके इफ़ेक्ट्स भी मेरे को देखने को मिले. वो इफ़ेक्ट से मेरे को रियलाइज़ हुआ कि लाइक अगर ये इफ़ेक्ट्स हमारी डेली लाइफ में अगर नज़र आ रहे हैं, अगर हम इसको एक जहाँ पे हर किसी को आज की डेट में इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट है, तो क्यों ना हम इसको एक ऐसा रूप दे पाए जो कि प्राकृतिक सुकून को हर कोई इमोशनली अटैच और रिलाय कर पाए. तभी हमने स्टार्ट किया क्लाइम मूव, मतलब कि हमने एक ऐसा सोल्यूशन बनाने की सोची कि लाइक ऐसा क्या हो सकता है जहाँ पे लेस मेंटेनेंस, लेस रिक्वायरमेंट मैनुअली करके, और क्या चीज़ हम प्रेजेंट कर सकते. तो क्लाइमा मूव का ऐसे ही हुआ कि एक स्मार्ट मॉड्यूलर ग्रीन वॉल सिस्टम, जो कि रियल टाइम आपको लिविंग इकोसिस्टम देता है, कन्वर्ट करता है, लाइक आईओटी मॉनिटरिंग एंड ऑटोमेशन, लेस वाटर एंड इजी टू इंस्टॉल. बट हमारे लिए ये टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, नेचर को एवरीडे आपकी लाइफ में वापस लेके आना है. सो बेसिकली यही था. और इसके साथ में क्या, मैं थोड़ा-सा अपना बैकग्राउंड बताना चाहूँगी. इससे पहले मैंने ये आइडिया को, जब मैं अपनी ग्रेजुएशन कंप्लीट कर रही थी, उसी के साथ में मेरी इंटर्नशिप लगी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ यूथ अफेयर्स के अंदर 2 इयर्स की, कि जहाँ पे वो लार्ज स्केल पे ग्राउंड जो भी मिनिस्ट्रीज की स्कीम्स एंड मिनिस्ट्री जो भी चीज़ चेंज लाती है, सो उसको ग्राउंड में इम्प्लीमेंट करने में, ब्लॉक लेवल तक ले जाने में, उस टाइम अभी तो माय भारत चैनल कर दिया गया है, तो उसके जो पार्टनर थे नेहरू युवा केंद्र, हम उनके एक वॉलंटियर रहते थे, जो ग्राउंड में उसको इम्पैक्ट को लेके जाते थे, चाहे वो यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हों, एनजीओज़ हों, या हो कॉर्पोरेट. सो वहाँ पे हम डेली बेसिस पे जाना, लोगों से टाई अप करना, स्टूडेंट्स के साथ में, यंगस्टर के साथ में, सबका. तो ये प्रॉब्लम मेरे को वहाँ पे नज़र आई, और मतलब कि जहाँ पे हमारे पास इनफ स्पेस है, बट हमको दिखता कंक्रीट ही है. सो उसको कैसे हम बेटर लाइफस्टाइल में कन्वर्ट कर पाते. सो देन उसके बाद मैंने ये स्टार्ट किया 2000 अपने 2024 में हमने कंपनी इनकॉर्पोरेट कराई. देन 2025 में हमने अपनी मतलब कि 24 में हमने सर्विस स्टार्ट कर दी थी कि हम नेचर को कैसे आपको एक ऐसा सॉल्यूशन प्रोवाइड करें जहाँ पे इजी आपको ग्रैब करना हो, चाहे वो डिजाइनिंग स्कोप हो, जहाँ पे स्पेशलाइजेशन होती है लैंडस्केपिंग आर्किटेक्ट्स की, तो वो सर्विस हम आपको इजीली दे पाए। देन उसके बाद में उस डिजाइन को ग्राउंड पे सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड वाटर एंड लॉन्ग टाइम इम्पैक्ट के साथ में प्रोवाइड कर पाए। तो ऐसी टीम हमने हायर करी जहाँ पे हॉर्टिकल्चर एक्सपर्टीज थी जो हम उनको दे पा रहे थे। देन उसके साथ में हम उसको मेंटेन भी करना, तो आपको वन स्टॉप एक सॉल्यूशन मिला जिसको हमने किया। देन उसके बाद में हम उधर से एज अ कैश फ्लो, हमारा मेन फोकस वो नहीं था, हमारा मेन फोकस था एक एंड टू एंड सॉल्यूशन प्रोवाइड करना। सो देन उसके बाद में हमने इसको 2024 के लास्ट में क्रिएट किया क्लाइमो। देन उसको हमने थोड़ा R&D रिसर्च एंड एक्सपर्टीज की नीड ली IIT रोपड़ से। अभी भी इसमें R&D पे और काम चल रहा है, सेंसर को मिनिएचर फॉर्म में लेके आने का एंड जियो टेक्सटाइल को और मिनिमाइज करने का, जिससे कि चीज़ों को और इजी और लाइट वेट और लॉन्ग टाइम बनाया जा सके। सो इसमें हमारी हेल्प करी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ लाइक महुआ ने अमृत मिशन के थ्रू वाटर एंड वेस्ट, जहाँ पे हम एक लाइफस्टाइल को शहर में लेके आए और क्लाइमेट से रियल टाइम सॉल्यूशन प्रोवाइड करें। और साथ ही साथ अभी हमारा जो IIT पटना है वो भी इस चीज़ में हमारी मदद कर रहा है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ टेक्सटाइल के थ्रू। सो ऐसा कुछ हमारा, और 2025 में हमने अपना वेंचर को मतलब कि ईयर क्लोज किया 35 lakhs पे। सो गुड रेवेन्यू, गुड टीम। इंक्यूबेशन का सबसे बड़ा सपोर्ट होता है आपको इकोसिस्टम प्रोवाइड करना, जिससे कि आप चाहे वो उस नेचर के बीच में रह के कि लाइक बिल्ड कैसे होता है, चीज़ें कैसे ऑन ग्राउंड काम करती हैं, आप एक इकोसिस्टम का पार्ट बनते हो। को वर्किंग स्पेस, तो हमारी जो मल्टीपल टीम्स काम कर रही हैं डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ स्टेट्स में, वो इंक्यूबेशन के को वर्किंग स्पेस के थ्रू कर रही हैं, जिससे कि हमें वो डेली लाइफ चैलेंजेस में थोड़ा कम करना पड़ रहा है इफेक्ट अदर देन और लोगों के। सो थैंक यू for such a great opportunity.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. Bas abhi stay with us for 5 more minutes. So basically, abhi now this is a question for participant. This is a scenario. So I need your answer for that. So basically, imagine a student design a wastewater filler using organic waste. Should you tell them to show it at the state science fair first, or file a provisional patent first? So you can just write your answer in the chat box, fair or patent. If you agree that he'll show this first in the fair, so write down fair. Or if you feel that he should first file a provisional patent, then write patent in the chat.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, Rekha ji, it's for the participants. Yeah, I hope you understand the scenario and the question. एक स्टूडेंट ने वेस्ट वाटर फिल्टर डिजाइन किया है और आपको एज अ प्रोफेसर उसको एडवाइस करना है कि आप उसको क्या एडवाइस करेंगे, पहले वो जाकर अपने साइंस फेयर में लगाए या पहले एक प्रोविजनल पेटेंट वो फाइल करे? व्हाट इज योर टेक? सो आई गॉट टू रिस्पॉन्सेज, जस्ट टू रिस्पॉन्सेज, या थ्री रिस्पॉन्सेज, बट ऑल आर सेइंग पेटेंट, एंड द फोर्थ रिस्पॉन्स इज सेइंग साइंस फेयर. या more participant, patents. Yeah, patent first. Yeah, fine. Great. So Rekha ji, now I would like to ask you, climb a move, as you told that it is patented. So tell our teachers, professors, that why is publicly showing your idea before filing a patent so dangerous? And is it really hard for student to get backing for R&D projects? So can you just throw some light on this? So मतलब ये जो आपका अगर हम इससे पहले फेयर में दिखाते हैं और पेटेंट नहीं करते हैं तो कितना डेंजरस हो सकता है, और क्या इसके लिए बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है कि R&D का बैकअप होना चाहिए, कुछ इस तरह का बैकअप होना चाहिए, और यू हैव डन इट बाय योरसेल्फ? प्लीज थ्रो सम लाइट ऑन दिस.
ओके सर, बेसिकली जितना मैं समझ पाई हूँ, तो बेसिकली इस जर्नी में क्या होता है, आप अपना प्रोडक्ट पे काम कर रहे होते हैं, जब आपका मिनिमम वाइबल प्रोडक्ट बन जाता है जहाँ पे आपको ये कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं है कि ये डिफरेंट प्रोडक्ट है और डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करेगा ग्राउंड में अगर जाता है, दोनों ही तरीके से, चाहे वो हो इनकम के थ्रू, चाहे वो हो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग के थ्रू। 1 सेकेंड सर. I call you around 5 minutes. Wait. So तो इसलिए ये आपका कॉन्फिडेंट होना चाहिए अगर आपका प्रोडक्ट में वो यूनिकनेस आपको नज़र आई है और उसका इम्पैक्ट आप क्लियरली देख पा रहे हो कि लाइक ये प्रोडक्ट मेरा ऑलरेडी तैयार है और ये चीज़ में ये इम्पैक्ट होने वाला है, अगर इसमें हम ये चीज़ें, वो आपका कॉन्सेप्ट व आइडिया एकदम क्लियर है। सो मस्ट बी कि फर्स्ट आप प्रोविजनल पेटेंट फाइल करें, देन उसके बाद में इसको मार्केट में प्रेजेंट करें। अदरवाइज अगर वो ऐसे फेस में है जहाँ पे आपको वो चीज़ क्लियर नहीं आई, तो आप मार्केट में जाएं, देन उसको टेस्ट करें, चीज़ों को और इम्प्रोवाइज करें, सीखें, देन उसके बाद में लाइक आप खुद भी प्रोविजनल फाइल कर सकते हैं, या तो आप लाइक इंक्यूबेशंस, एमएसएमई या कुछ कोई भी ऐसे लीगल फर्म्स के थ्रू लाइक टाई अप करके उसको और बेटर वे में समझ सकते हैं।
Right, ma'am. Thank you, Rekha ji. So
Thank you
one
so
of the
much.
participants says something as far the entrepreneurship is concerned, patent is important. But if your concern is environment saving, she may go for science fair first. So yeah, Rashmi ma'am, I also do agree with your statement. Yes, but if we filing the patent, as Rekha ji also mentioned, if you are clear with your idea, so somebody is not going to copy it. So that's for the entrepreneurship, you can just protect your like idea for with patent. So, any question, participant from Rekha ji? Any question from your side regarding patent, regarding anything else, green tech funding, or some university lab collaboration, or anything else? If you are having any question, so you may ask. Let's move to our next entrepreneur. If there is no question, okay. Rekha ji, thank you so much. So I would say Climate Move and Oxyquite, these aren't just products; they are proof of what happened when a research idea is given proper wings. So thank you so much. And if you can stay, I know you are busy. So if you can stay with us, so we'll be meeting again after some time. Otherwise, you can just leave. Thank you so much, ma'am. So now
Thank you,
moving
sir.
to now moving to our third entrepreneur for today. So our next guest speaker speaks our language. Why I'm saying this? Because she is also a professor herself. So please welcome Dr. Rosie Bansal from Patiala, who turned her passion for millets into a real business. She and her husband are known as Millet Couple of Punjab. She has a grant from Punjab Science Council. One best, she has a grant from Punjab Science Council, won best startups at the IIC meet, and is incubated at both Thapar University and IGDTU Indira Gandhi Delhi Technical University for women. So Dr. Rosie, as a fellow teacher, how did you go from our classroom research to selling a real product? Can you just throw some light on this? Thank you.
First of all, sir, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. So it's an absolute honor for me to stand here in front of you in this online manner and to be here as an entrepreneur, speaking as an entrepreneur. So can I go through my journey through the slides? Can I
Yes,
take
if you
you?
want.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
just a quick run through my slides.
Sure. So
Let me share my
please check. Are you able to? Otherwise, our team will allow you to share.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Sure.
So if my slides are visible, sir?
Yeah. It is visible now.
Okay.
So, ma'am, please, it's a request.
It will be a quick run. I just want to tell the audience what actually am I doing, because I am a very small startup. I have listened to the previous startups and they are actually doing very good, and I wish them all the best. And it all started with passion actually. It's a journey rooted in purpose, passion, and the power of millets. So it's Rosie Foods Millet Magic Creations, my venture. And I proudly announce here that I have been awarded the Punjab State Startup Award for the promotion of millets. On the 65th Independence year, I got this award, and I've been the startup winner at IIC Meet also. I have been recognized by the Rotary Club and many more, organizations. So first of all, I just want to tell everyone that because we all have sight, आंखें तो सबके पास है, but we don't have the vision with us. ठीक है ना, हमें करना क्या है, we just कीप ऑन थिंकिंग थिंकिंग एंड थिंकिंग, उसको हम कलेक्ट करके उसको एक आइडियाटिक फॉर्म में या उसको कुछ प्रैक्टिकल फॉर्म में नहीं लेके आते. So this actually prepared me why not to do something, because I was actually giving some lectures to, I was associated with naturopathy centers और बहुत सारे lectures मैंने दिए regarding millets and regarding the health. But मुझे लगा कि why not to jump into that कि इसको कुछ create करके audience को, public को दिया जाए. So first movers, तो इस चीज में भी मुझे लगता है मोदी गवर्नमेंट, it actually played a great role when the international year of 2023 was celebrated as the international year of millets, and this actually gave me a kickstart to move ahead. And first move, if I am going to give the examples of first movers like Nestle. उसने अपनी किट कैट बनाई मिल्क चॉकलेट्स में, he was the first mover. That organization, Daniel, co-founder of Nestle, he started with the milk chocolates. Similarly, there were many first movers. कोका कोला और पेप्सी की बात करें तो कोका कोला का नाम ही हमेशा, अगर हम सॉफ्ट ड्रिंक्स की बात करें तो इमीडिएटली द नेम स्ट्राइक्स कोक. चाहे वो पेप्सी भी है, बट द नेम स्ट्राइक्स कोक. So you have to be the first mover. So my journey actually started with the passion of creating some innovative foods, and that too, those foods which are actually healthy for our, because lifestyle diseases, they are increasing day by day. So I thought of like food is not just for taste; it is actually a fuel, and food is for for nourishment, for sustainability, and for the community as well, for the environment. So what else than millets? So millets, they are the nature's superfoods, and they are actually good for the environment and the agriculture, farmer friendly grains. So I started crafting millet products, and it was not that easy. It was a challenge because identifying the gaps, market gaps, and then the innovations in some recipe, and twisting those ancient foods into giving them a modern twist. It was actually a catch. So, and rigorous, obviously, the rigorous testing to ensure the taste, safety, and nutritional integrity. So this was all like building the brand Rosy Food Millet Magic Creations was not just a brand. It is not just a brand. It was actually a movement to empower women, movement for the farmers, and movement to introduce the grains which are actually health friendly and environment friendly. So this way this actually prepared me to start this business. And yes, partnerships, they played an important role for me to grow my business. Like I have been the part of Punjab State Council. I got the grant from the from PSCCST, and then I've been incubated at ITTUW, the way sir you have introduced me, and I'm incubated at Thapar University also. So I got the expert mentorship from those people. Even I'm the part of STEM at Chitkara. And then I got the connections with my fellow entrepreneurs and the industry leaders, how I am going to scale up my business. Although I am at a very small level, but I actually utilize the cohort resources for funding opportunities and market insights. So if I talk about the milestones achieved till date, I have 1,000+ happy customers, and my annual growth is consistent. It's 50% like that, and I have developed a number of products from millets. So, like if I talk about future prospects, so I envision myself like कि रोजी फूड्स का आटा घर घर में होगा. So this is my vision. So let me quickly skip all these slides because I'm not here to give you the lecture. This is my catalog actually, and these are some of the labels, and this is the certification from FSSAI and the registration. And this is how I am into the picture. We are serving a larger segment of population through exhibiting our products in various exhibitions wherever we get the opportunity, like some universities, the farmer mandis or organic mandis, the institutes. We have been the part of Future Tycoons finale as well. We have been the part of G20 Summit, Eat Right Mela, and we evaluated many millet startups at QTech and many more universities, even at my place also. So these even I am the consultant with many food industries. So these are the quickly glimpses how I project myself at various exhibitions at various places. I got the recognition. So these are the news highlights, and this is the customer feedback from the customers that they actually like my products. So whatever you do, you have to be consistent. This is the catch, and thank you. So over to you, sir, for your questions. This was all about me and my journey.
Thank you so
I
much,
hope I
ma'am.
have not taken much time.
No, ma'am. You have shown it
Yeah,
wonderfully. Yeah,
thank
thank you
you.
so much. Thank you. So now, audience, I want one faculty member to unmute and pitch a student project from their campus in 60 seconds. So any of the faculty member who would like to
Sir,
pitch? Yeah.
yeah. Sir, I have a question. Being based in Delhi as a faculty of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University.
Yeah.
So lately, sir, students are making low-cost organic protein supplements in the campus lab, but struggling with branding and packaging. So my question is to Dr. Rosie. Ma'am, as you spoke about FSSAI rules, so based on your
Yeah.
experience with FSSAI, packaging and state grants, what are the first two steps, in your opinion, I mean, these particular students should take to go from lab to the real world, I mean, the real market?
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Sir,
Very wonderful
actually,
question. Yeah.
yeah, I'll be answering your question because going from classroom research to real market product, it actually happens step by step. Like, first of all, you have to identify a real problem. The way I started, I identified the real problem. Yes, lifestyle diseases, they are increasing. So whatever the product, if he is designing the product protein supplement, first he has to identify the target audience. कि उसने जिम में प्रोवाइड करना है और द योगा पीपल दे आर गोइंग टू यूज दैट प्रोटीन सप्लीमेंट. आई मीन वो जो प्रोडक्ट है वो किस तरह की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहा है कि वो हेल्दी स्नैक है, इट्स अ मिलेट बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट, इको फ्रेंडली उसकी पैकेजिंग है, नेचुरल प्रिजर्वेटिव यूज कर रहा है या कुछ आर्टिफिशियल यूज कर रहा है. तो दिस टाइप ऑफ थिंग. और उसके बाद अगर उसने लैब से उसने मार्केट में आना है तो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल ही हैज टू प्रिपेयर सम स्मॉल सैंपल्स. लैब में छोटे छोटे सैंपल्स तैयार करे. Then he has to standardize the ingredients, उनका texture, taste, shelf life, safety, ये सारा कुछ improve करना पड़ेगा. Then he has to conduct some repeated trials. बहुत सारी food testing laboratories हैं, like one is there in DAU, बहुत सारी agricultural universities, they are getting tests done in very minimal amount. अगर ऐसा भी नहीं है तो PRAC is there in Gurgaon, Food Research Analysis Center is there. तो देर आर मेनी फूड टेस्टिंग लेबोरेटरीज जो बहुत जल्दी में आपका सारा टेस्ट करके दे देते हैं कि इसमें कौन से न्यूट्रिशनल कंपोनेंट्स हैं और उसकी क्या शेल्फ लाइफ होगी एंड हाउ यू कैन इंप्रूव द टेस्ट एंड द टेक्सचर ऑफ दैट प्रोडक्ट. तो इस तरह की गाइडेंस आपको उन यूनिवर्सिटी से या उन इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर से बड़े आराम से मिल जाती है. ठीक है ना. लाइक अगर आपने पर्ल मिलेट से कोई पर्ल मिलेट के हस्क से हाइड्रोजेल बनाना है तो वो हाइड्रोजेल आपने एक्सट्रैक्ट तो लैब में कर लिया, बट उसकी एप्लीकेशन क्या है, हाउ यू गोइंग टू यूज दैट हाइड्रोजेल एंड वेयर एंड हाउ कम इट इज गोइंग टू बी मार्केट फ्रेंडली. So this way you have to target some incubation center. तो टेस्टिंग उसके बाद सेलिंग के लिए एक, क्योंकि आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट फूड, आई एम अ फूड पर्सन, उसको एक सेंसरी वैल्यूएशन स्टूडेंट को करना ही पड़ेगा कि उसका प्रोडक्ट जो है दैट इज बीइंग लाइक्ड बाय, उसकी ओवरऑल एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी क्या है, वो कंज्यूमर को पसंद भी आ रहा है कि नहीं टेस्ट वाइज, बिकॉज वी इंडियंस वी एक्चुअली डाई फॉर द टेस्ट, है ना. तो वो चीज बहुत जरूरी है कि वो कंज्यूमर को पसंद भी आ रहा है. यानी तो वो जो रेगुलर collection of the feedback from the consumers, from the farmers. इवन अगर स्टूडेंट है तो यूनिवर्सिटी से स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं, अपने अपने कॉलेज लेवल पे स्टार्ट कर सकता है. ही कैन प्लेस दोज प्रोडक्ट्स इन द कॉलेज कैंटीन और वेयर एवर द सुटेबल प्लेस. सम इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स आर देयर इन द यूनिवर्सिटीज नाउ, सो दे कैन सेल द प्रोडक्ट. तो बहुत छोटा सा मतलब फ्रॉम द स्मॉल स्टेप्स ही कैन गो बिग. उसके बाद हाउ ही कैन इंप्रूव द पैकेजिंग एंड लेबलिंग, उसको सारा फीडबैक आएगा. एंड कई बार क्या होता है कि बहुत सारे जो गुड साइंटिफिक प्रोडक्ट्स है दे फेल इफ द कंज्यूमर्स दे डोंट एक्सेप्ट इट. तो पहली कंज्यूमर एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी इज द इन थिंग, ये तो बहुत जरूरी है. एंड देन आप एफएसएसए की बात कर रहे थे सर. So every food or value added product, whatever you are preparing, whatever you are manufacturing, they have to follow the regulations. Like FSSAI की guidelines के accordingly, उनकी compliances के accordingly, you have to make that product. So you have to follow those hygiene standards. Proper labeling should be there. वो जो PDP panel है, principal display panel, वो कैसा होना चाहिए, information panel कैसा होना चाहिए, आपका nutrition facts वाला panel कैसा होना चाहिए, nutritional information किस form में देनी है. You are actually bound to all those compliances. आप उनसे इधर से उधर भी नहीं हो सकते. So you have to first of all take the licensing through FSSAI. You have to strictly follow those guidelines. Only then you can develop a brand and you can pack that product in that manner. You don't have to wait for a big factory to start with, है ना. You start small. College students के लिए college exhibitions, local markets, farmer fairs or startup meets are a great platform. Even the social media promotion is there. Small scale selling gives real market learning. तो ऐसा कुछ स्टूडेंट्स कर सकते हैं. एंड जो मैं अभी बात कर रही थी, कैन आई कंटिन्यू और यू गेटिंग लेट?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No, no,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes.
You have been very informative, ma'am. Please carry on.
ओके. सो ऐसे जो मैं अभी बता रही थी कि यू हैव टू कनेक्ट विद सम इंक्यूबेशन एंड स्टार्टअप सपोर्ट्स एज वेल. जैसे इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, उनके पास इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स हैं, तो स्टूडेंट्स दे कैन गो टू दोज इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स एंड दे कैन प्रोसीड फर्दर विद देयर प्रोडक्ट कि हमें इस तरीके से ये लैब फैसिलिटी चाहिए. सो मेनी फैसिलिटीज आर बीइंग प्रोवाइडेड बाय दोज इंक्यूबेशन सेंटर्स. And now every institute has a mandate to set up an entrepreneurship cell. Even agricultural universities are they hold they share they give the hand holding for those startups. And various MSME schemes are there. कोई भी startup आपने करना है, you have to be MSME registered first of all. You have to start small, medium scale industries के लिए you have to take that उद्यम registration का वो जो एक आपने registration लेना है. उद्यम आपको नंबर मिल जाएगा. इट्स अ 12 और 13 डिजिट नंबर आई गेस. तो वो आपको एक नंबर मिल जाएगा. उसके थ्रू यू कैन put up the stalls at various places. आपको एक तरीके की लाइसेंसिंग मिल जाती है कि yes you are into the business and this way you can portray your products at various exhibitions. And various women entrepreneurship programs are there, like अभी पंजाब स्टेट काउंसिल की मैं बात करी थी. आई एम अ पार्ट ऑफ शी cohort. आई एम द ब्रांड एम्बेसडर ऑफ शी cohort and I got the grant from them. So they are promoting women entrepreneurship. So जो women है या जो girls हैं, they can start with those programs. That is a kick start for them. बड़े अच्छे से उनको जंप स्टार्ट मिलेगा वहां से. ठीक है ना? So even they can improve their product through customer feedback, better technology. कैसे उसकी कॉस्ट को रिड्यूस करना है, शेल्फ लाइफ को इम्प्रूव करना है, अब लेटेस्ट मार्केट ट्रेंड्स क्या चल रहे हैं. This way students can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much,
That's
ma'am,
all
for
from my
the
side.
practical
Thank you.
information, practical knowledge about this. So you have shared like how certification and all things are very, very important. Packaging you talked about. And thank you, Nikhil sir, for asking this wonderful question.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So if anybody is having any other question from Rosie ma'am, so we can take one more question. If anyone is having another question, other they can proceed for the next entrepreneur. Yeah.
Ma'am, if I may be,
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes.
if you can discuss about your challenges that you have faced during your journey, because again that can also be one of the important aspects for everyone who want to be in this journey. So if you can put some light on that area as well, as so that at least we will get some do's and don'ts.
Yeah, sir, I got it. Because if I talk about my challenge, the challenge, millet itself is a challenging, concept. Because binding of millets is very challenging. Making you gluten free and making a product gluten free, both are challenging. Customer को gluten free करना और product को gluten free बनाना, it's challenging. Because gluten it's a glue जो बीच में है, and it actually binds the product. कोई भी चीज बन रही है, अगर आप पिन्नियां ही बना रहे हो, सपोज यू आर मेकिंग pinnies are being binded not just because of ghee, they are being binded because of gluten. And millets, they are lacking in gluten, they are gluten free. So it was a great challenge for me to make millet products and to make them palatable. Millets are not so sumptuous in taste. Although wheat and rice, they have been introduced around 100 years back into our food basket, and millets, they have been sidelined from our food basket. So making them in, bringing them back, and reviving their glory, it's a big challenge for me. So I have to convince my customer, so exhibitions was it was a great help. It was a great platform to make people aware about the millets, how they can go in for millets and what millets actually do for their health, and how they can improve on their lifestyle diseases, which are actually prevailing in the society.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am. So moving towards our next entrepreneur, ma'am, please stay here.
Sir, can I leave, because I told you that I have some exam duties.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So moving towards our next guest. So I would like to introduce Mr. Nikhil Kumar. So that is a company which is fighting from plastic. So I met Mr. Nikhil in Ahmedabad, and I was so impressed with his business model, and with a very, very big problem of India, or I must say the whole world. So Nikhil is making 100% compostable plant-based packaging, bottles, caps, and labels for foods, cosmetic and pharma companies. What's
Yes.
clever?
Yes.
Every product using his packaging carries the plastic logo, making eco-friendliness part of the brand itself. So Nikhil, plastic is cheap and everywhere. How did you build a real B2B business selling something more expensive than what already exists? So there's a huge competition between the cheap plastic. So can you throw some light through your journey, please? Over to Nikhil.
Yeah, definitely, Rakesh ji. Thank you so much for inviting me here and having me here. And love to share my journey and my thing and my future plan with you also, because it's not a business only; it's a cause. Because what we are solving right now, it's a plastic pollution problem. We all aware about this problem, but there is no solution currently in market. Just like, So currently there is no solution in the market which is 100% sustainable. In a sustainable, people are using paper, bamboos and all, but again, where is the scalability, right? Market don't want exactly the problem is not only the thing is sustainability in a, there is a scalability also. Market want scalability and in a practicality manner also. The packaging, what you are saying is sustainable, that should be scalable and practical. So what plastic is solving that gap only. What we are making, it's 100% plant-based bottle, label, shrink wrap, cap, 100% top to bottom plant-based packaging solution, which is made out of sugarcane cellulose, cornstarches, and other biopolymers. And we compound our formulation, then we make it the product which is practically workable in market. If you fill anything in the bottle will stay for 1 year, 2 year in a market. And if you throw in a nature like dump yard, industrial composting, any soil contamination, the bottle will degrade and convert again into soil. So it's a USP of this product, and we are selling the value proposition of the packaging, because in our packaging there is a no heavy metal migration. First of all, our bottle is a safe for your drinking water and other beverages item, medicines, pharma, cleaning, and also you can pack any liquid item in our packaging, and I can show you the product, which is totally look like feel like a plastic. It sound like a plastic, but it is 100% biodegradable. And we are serving this packaging, and we are the first company who make Gujarat, Junagadh is the very oldest place of Gujarat. We are the first company who make Gujarat, Junagadh temple places plastic free. Since 2.5 years, only our company is serving our packaging there. There's no bisleri, no kinlays going there. And even recently, we closed Tamil Nadu, Uti, Nilgiris, Canal, Kerala, Munnar, and also Hyderabad. So we are Orissa, Cuttack. We are everywhere in India right now. In Delhi also, we have three clients who is selling water, juices, and recently we had a meeting with the DS Group to pack the tobaccos in our packaging to give the protection. So what industry want is not only pricing wala challenge, they want a practical packaging. If you have a practical workable packaging, they will buy your packaging and they will give you the like tremendous orders and all. So this is what we did, and we are solving the packaging problem of FMCG, cosmetic, pharma, and household cleaning products companies issues. And we do customization. We have a volume production channel. We have a raw material availability in stock, and we can easily scale. And this is our future plan. We'll make the whole, not only India, we are making global plastic free with our plant-based plant stick solution. So this is
Yeah,
where
thank you so much, Nikhil ji. You have shared your journey or your idea in short and crisp manner. But
yeah.
again, you have talked about it. Maybe it is repetition, but I am having a very like good observation on this. So basically, you face this pricing problem every single day. How do your real corporate clients think about paying extra for sustainability? And how should we teach student to sell value, not just price? So this is a question with all, as I mentioned, that we all are the professors in serving in different universities of India. So I would like to mention that we are having representation from 19 states. So
Mm.
so your basically the idea and your words will be aspiring all of us. So basically there will be always a problem of pricing versus sustainability. So we buy most of the Chinese goods, right? Even I would always say to my students that our festivals become Chinese. So in Holi, we are buying the color from China. In Diwali, we are buying crackers from China, and in you can say 15th August or other seasons, we are getting all the kites and the manja from the China. So so pricing is a very you can say sensitive issue, especially in the context of India. So how we are going to how you are dealing with this problem, and how we as a teacher are going to tell students that sustainability is very very important, not price. So please, I would like to.
See, it's very simple. All products is not sell to all the people, right? You have a specific your target audience, right? So which accept your pricing, what is currently has, right? So currently, if I'm saying what is the pricing of plant stick is very affordable, right? In 30 rupees MRP, right? People are buying the filled with water bottle in retail shop. This is a unit economics right now. Okay, you can easily buy 1 liter water bottle in 30 rupees only, so it's too much affordable already we make. So about the our target audience, see, if you have a pricing barriers, if your product is very high costly and at least mid premium costly, so target that audience, right? Don't go with the organized unorganized market where the people are firstly see the pricing then see the product. You have to sell this product to the who wants this value proposition. Just I say, okay, there is a no heavy metal migration in our bottle. Second, there is a 100% biodegradable and compostable, right? Who wants this solution actually? Who wants this value proposition? The industries, the larger enterprises, right? The FMCG, Hindustan Unilever, HUL, and all. So government is pressurizing them to make yourself carbon neutral, make yourself reduce your plastic waste, reduce your. So these are our target audience. These are our customers. That's why we are focusing on targeting them. Again, organic food companies who has a gold press oil, cold press juices, and many products which is eco like healthier for your body. So they don't have a right packaging. They ultimately they have to choose glass bottle. So glass bottle is not scalable. It has a breakability. So our plastic packaging is going there. So these are our target audience. I'm sharing my business aspects whom we are targeting right now. So when we are serving them the packaging solution, they don't have a price issue. They are not saying that it's very high, it is very costly. They say, okay, sir, you are solving our problem. That's it. We know how to pay. Or ultimately, what they are selling is 2x premium than what the Fortune oil is selling, right? So simple. If they get the packaging, they can also claim it is the healthy liquid item with healthy packaging also, right? So value positions again. So cosmetic companies, pharma. So I received the award from Mr. Pankaj Patel. He's the chairman of Zydus Pharma, and he told me three questions. Sir, निखिल raw material मिल जाएगा इसका volume में? I said yes. Say कि किसी भी design में बना सकता है. I said again yes. Third question, he say कि meet my R&D team and develop the pharma bottles. We develop the pharma grade also for them. Amber color UV protection wala bottle. We can pack the for medicines in that bottle, and that bottle perfectly work in the market. So there is no price barrier again. So when we give them practical packaging which is suitable with their medicine and our packaging, they don't have pricing issues. We are ultimately giving them more affordable. Okay, this is 1.5x higher from plastic. I like 1.5x. Like if the plastic is 2 rupees, this will cost you 3.5 to 5, 3.5 to 4 rupees, just like this. Tabhi they are buying the our packaging because what value proposition they want, we are giving them. What practicality want, we are giving them. Stability, we are giving them. Durability, transparency, barrier properties, we are giving them. These five things they want, and we are giving them. So our target audience is organized market, premium market, and that. So let's fulfill that market first. When this product will come on a volume, the pricing ultimately will go down. Simple logic. Any product, if you want to decrease the pricing, you have to go in volume. Mass production. If you do mass production, the pricing will down. So firstly, we are targeting organized market with our packaging, and then we go to target the unorganized market when the pricing will be more affordable for them.
Yeah, thank you, Nikhil ji. What I understand that if you are solving the problem of the customer, you are
Yes,
giving the you can say painkiller to for them to solve their
correct,
pain.
correct. We have to
So
find
yeah,
that.
so they are
Who
able
wants
to
your packaging? Who wants
yeah,
your solution? If they click it, you click the client.
right. Thank you so much, Nikhilji, for the wonderful sharing your journey wonderfully. So I just ask participants, if you are having any question, if you are having any question, so you can just directly ask from Nikhilji.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, please, Nestin, sir, please carry on. I'll
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Actually, Nikhil sir, first of all, congratulations for introducing such a product, wonderful product. But I have a confusion. That means actually you are competing the sustainable tool with an unsustainable tool. Products actually in the market. We know that the situation is not very easy. But are you getting any subsidy or are you getting any support from the government to reduce the selling price, compete with the other products?
Okay.
Just like
So
EV, when introduced the manufacturers introduced the EV, I heard that they are getting some kind of subsidy to make the product more viable to the customers,
true.
like that.
But in our case, the government, we already pressurizing the government, but about the proposal, okay, at least first reduce the tax because in packaging, there is no HSN code for a biodegradable compostable packaging in Indian market right now. First, the thing is, so we are the first company who are approaching the government about the this packaging. First, make the HSN code separate for this packaging. Second, the GST rates, the other subsidies also. So currently, we are not getting any support from the government for the this thing. We are approaching them for provide the support because this will gonna biggest in a Indian market very soon, and we are like tremendously growing this product in all the marketplaces and all the FMCG cosmetic companies. So currently we are not getting any support, but yeah, we are getting support from the government grants to innovate this product, right? So we already innovated this product, now we are approaching them for the subsidies and GST, reduce the GST rates, and even the new HSN code for this product. It's a green product, that's why. And plastic is made out of crude oil, you know, the this what is happening right now due to the war, because the plastic crude oil is not coming from the Gulf countries, the plastic rate is going very high, right? Ultimately R is already available in India, so we don't have to go rely on somewhere outside the India, and we'll make in Indian market only this packaging, and we can scale this also. So yes, we are in a approaching uh, the government right now for this thing.
Yeah. Thank you so much,
Thank you, sir.
Nikhilji.
Thank
Thank you. So, Nikhilji, you have shown us that sustainability isn't just ethics; it's a real business strategy. Thank you
Is
so
it?
much. So please stay here if you can, just for 5 more minutes.
Sir,
So
if
we'll
I
be
can
ending
ask one
after the
question.
another. Yeah. Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please introduce yourself and then ask?
Yeah, Dr. Seema Sharma this is from
Yes,
Lloyd
ma'am.
College,
Yeah,
Delhi.
ma'am.
Hi, Nikhil, you are doing a great job. And I was listening to you, and rather, you are very confident and very inspiring. Your story is very inspiring.
Mhm.
I
Ma'am,
have a
your voice is
question
too
that
low.
what
Ma'am,
is
your voice is too low.
am I audible now, sir?
Yeah, please continue, ma'am.
I just wanted to know what is the raw material that you're using since it is a plant-based product. So, firstly, and what is the strength of your team? Like, how big is your team?
Okay. So, ma'am, we are using sugarcane cellulose. There's already available in market. And second is cornstarches and the biopolymers like a PLA, PHA, and PBS, and other agri waste. So these are the raw materials, and then we start when then we do the formulations of our raw material. So whatever the plastic you are seeing in the market, PET, HDP, LDP, PP. So we have alternative of all type of plastic material in 100% plant-based, compostable, biodegradable polymers. Then we mold this in a different segment like a transparent bottle, colorful bottle, opaque bottle, then shampoo or other type bottle like squeeziness bottle. So this is the thing what we are developing, and we have all types of alternative of plastic in plant-based compostable plastic. And in our team, we are 6 people in R&D, which is totally focused on only R&D developments of polymer science. We are in advanced polymers. We develop the polymers and we do stability test and we have a plastic engineers, we have a biopolymer PhD peoples, and biotech microbiologists. We have that team potential in our company.
It's great, great listening to you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So thank you, Nikhilji. Please stay here.
For
So
sure.
yeah, so we're moving to the next speaker, Miss Astha Daluya ji. Ma'am, have you joined?
Yes, yes, I've joined,
Okay,
Doctor.
okay, great, great, great. So, ma'am is solving again a very, very important problem. So earlier, because you can say we have all seen the Padman, a movie called Padman, and we know the story of Padman. So earlier, that was a stigma in our country to talk about that product. But now the innovative entrepreneurs like Asa Daluja ji, they are basically coming with the some innovative things with that simple the you can say a pad sanitary pad. So just talk about ma'am. So our final founder, she proves that you don't need a science degree to build a groundbreaking products. Asa Daluya ji is a qualified company secretary with 15 plus years in corporate law. She created Flush She, India's first fully flushable biodegradable sanitary pad made from plant-based materials that completely dissolve in water, eliminating menstrual waste at the source. Asaji, how did your legal compliance and background actually help you build this product better?
So, hello everybody. Thank you, Ambedkar University, and thank you, Dr. Rakesh, for inviting me here. And I would like to welcome all the participants also. So, honestly, my legal and compliance background became one of my biggest advantages while building Flushy. Most founders start with the product idea, but then I started with understanding the risks, regulations. Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. So I started by understanding the risks, the regulations, scalability, and protection around the product from day one itself. Since I come from a corporate law and compliance background, I naturally think of terms like what approvals would we require, what liabilities would can arise, and is the product structure scalable, etc. So when you're building something in personal care and hygiene, especially a sanitary product, the compliance is not optional. It directly impacts consumer safety, manufacturing permissions, branding, investor confidence, and market access. So my legal background has helped me in a lot of major ways. And if I tell you about Flushy, so we started working on Flushy during the COVID period. I'm sorry for the disturbance. When it became painfully clear that menstrual waste disposal. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yeah. So we started working during the COVID period when it became painfully clear that menstrual waste disposal was a serious and overlooked problem. During that time, we saw how uncomfortable and unsafe it was for women to rely on shared bins, how hesitant people were to touch used products, and how poor disposal infrastructure only added to the stigma and inconvenience. So that's when we realized that there had to be a better way, one where disposal could happen right at the source without embarrassment, without burden, and without creating more waste from the environment. So we began this idea in 2019 and slowly evolved into a product led innovation to create a sanitary pad that women could dispose of instantly and safely without depending on dustbins, plastic wrapping, landfill based disposals. So, Flushy was born from the belief that menstrual care should not only be protecting women's health but also respect their dignity and the planet. So after years of R&D, material engineering and product development, we are now preparing to bring our innovative products to the market by the end of July. Hi, I am Asta Daluja, co-founder of Flushy. Flushy is a proudly made in India innovation designed to redefine sustainability and women's wellness. It is India's first scientifically designed, fully flushable, biodegradable, plant-based sanitary pad. We don't have any such product in the market yet. It is engineered to dissolve safely in water without clogging the drains and sewer lines without while leaving behind zero microplastics and zero toxic residue. This makes it a breakthrough solution for schools, colleges, offices, hostels, PGs, public washrooms, and where dignified menstrual waste disposal has long been missing. Our mission is not just to create a product, but to change how India thinks about menstrual waste management. By ensuring pads never reach landfill, Flushy supports a cleaner, greener, and low carbon India. And it contributes to the vision of Viksit Bharat that our Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the flag bearer of it, and Green India, Clean India. It also addresses the daily reality faced by millions of women who are forced to wrap, carry, and discreetly hide used pads, a burden Flushy removes entirely by enabling safe and immediate flushing. Alongside Flushy, our R&D is also underway for flushable diapers, extending same science-led approach to another major waste challenge. This journey is strengthened by a capable team of co-founders and advisors, and we have two doctors as advisors as well, Dr. Manorama and Dr. Rajendra. And our co-founders are Mr. Ashok Kumar and Mr. Abhishek Dhar, and who bring over 4 decades of experience in R&D and pathology and entrepreneurship. The combined expertise gives us scientific depth and operational strength to build solutions that are both innovative and practical. We are honored that our product and our work has recently been acknowledged by the Chief Minister of Delhi, Mrs. Rekha Gupta, and other ministers as well from the center, which has further encouraged our mission to create meaningful, scalable product with strong soft commitments and support from a major global industrial group. We are now moving towards market launch and are excited to take Flushy to India and beyond. This is not just a product launch, it is the beginning of a movement for dignified, sustainable, and future ready menstrual care. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for letting us know your journey and about your product. So, ma'am, may I ask you, because you are from the legal background, so every student, as a professor, we need to guide all the students about that legal things which a company should need it. So, you build one of the India's most regulated personal care product.
Correct.
What are the two top legal or structural checks a teacher should do before saying yes, this idea is viable? And about the, you can say, um, uh, like brand protection, regulatory readiness, early legal structure. So, what exactly you would like to recommend us?
See, there are two very important checks that every teacher, incubator, or mentor should do before encouraging a student's startup idea. So, first is regulatory readiness. So, students usually focus on the excitement of the idea, but mentors should be asking if this is legally manufacturer, if we need approvals, testing, licensing, or certifications, if there is any environmental, health, fintech, food, or medical regulation that is separately involved. See, suppose a cosmetic product, a healthcare supplement, a sanitary product, a fintech. So everything has a separate regulation attached. So if we put it in a line, a brilliant idea can fail if the regulatory pathway is ignored. So we also need to check on if it, a mentor should also suggest on the patent so that you don't lose on the idea to some other person, and an NDA also, which is usually ignored by every other person. So these are, and secondly, ownership and brand protection. So equity splits, IP ownership, trademarks, confidentiality, which I said, NDAs, and founder's role. So it is also important that you specify each founder's role from the very start so as to remove any confusion in the future.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Participant, if you are having any question from Asta ji, so you are most welcome to ask. If anybody is having any question. Okay. So moving ahead, Asta ji, thank you
Thank
for your time. and please be here. So we'll be just moving to our last round. So we have covered a lot today. Tech economics with Manish, research commercialization with Ms. Dr. Rosie, patent strategy with Prakritik Sukoon, green supply
Yeah.
chain with Nikhil, and legal compliance with Astha ji. Now,
Yes, we just need love from the audience and a lot of support for every startup.
yeah, ma'am. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So
Thank
I
you.
have one final question for each of you. So I think Manish ji is here, Nikhil ji is here, and Astha ji आप हैं. बाकी I think
Yeah.
शायद दो फाउंडर हमारे नहीं है अभी मीटिंग में. So I'll just ask Dr. Rosie and Dr. Rosie, are you here? No, she is not here. So one final question. What is the single most useful thing a college professor ever said or did you actually helped you survive the startup world? So कोई ऐसा lesson important जो आपको लगता है कि आपके professor से आपको मिला हो, because we all are the professors in the college. So what exactly we need to tell our students? We want to learn from you what exactly we need to tell our students. Manish ji, Astha ji, and first of all, I'll just ask Astha ji to answer this question, then followed by Nikhil ji and Manish ji.
So, see, college life is very different and it's very important part of everybody's life. You learn a lot of things. So, one thing you learn is confidence, speaking up, your personality building. It does not happen that much in school because school life is completely different. And so, is my mentor taught me that learning never stops, and discipline is what turns idea into results. This is what I've learned from my mentors, and I've learned that to stay disciplined and keep learning because consistency and humility matters more than short-term success.
Right, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Manish ji, Nikhil ji, are you here? Yeah, Manish ji is here. Manish ji, can you hear me? Yeah, Manish ji, can you hear me? Okay. Nikhil ji? Right. I think they are
Yeah,
not
maybe
able to hear me.
not audible or
Yeah,
not there in the
maybe,
meeting.
maybe. Yeah.
See,
Chaliye, thank you
but
so
then
much.
yeah, there is
Yeah,
a lot of importance from their side also. I would like to thank every
please.
mentor that has taught me in every phase of our lives. Mentor is the most important thing, and you need a mentor at any point and any path in your life. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. So, our takeaway today is simple. We don't just teach subjects, we validate resilience, build critical thinking, and help students see the legal, financial, and environmental reality of the real world. Take these ideas back to your classroom and incubation cells. A huge thank to all five incredible founders and to all of you for making this session so alive and interactive. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. Yeah. So we are just closing this session. We'll meet again at around 2 o'clock after lunch. So I request all the audience. I think you would be like this session. So हमारे साथ हमारे entrepreneurs ने interact किया and they throw some lights on their journey and बहुत ही different ideas हम लोगों के साथ उन्होंने share किए. So any suggestions from participant to further improve such type of you can say interactions? So I would like to ask you and yeah. As a coordinator, I also ask from you whether we are able to fulfill the expectation till date. Yeah. So if any of the participant would like to say something on this, so I would love to hear from you.
Sir, if I may,
See, voice is
I
not
think,
clear.
sir,
Yeah.
I probably, if that's Uh, is it audible now, sir?
Yeah, it is audible now.
Is it better now, sir?
Yeah, better. Can you please introduce
Yeah.
yourself?
So
And I request 1 second, sir. I request my team members, so please ये जो आपको highlight किया हुआ है
yeah.
ये एक
So
बार remove कर
my
दीजिए जी. Please sir, please.
Yeah, so this is Dr. Astitwa Bhargav. I'm assistant professor at National Law University, Bhopal. So I'm in cybersecurity and cyber law department. So basically, that's completely my personal opinion. I like today's both session really well, and I think they were up to the mark, and they have at least given some more kind of visibility on the practical side of learning. So, because in the first session we got more on the behavioral aspects of the or the qualities of an entrepreneur, because again it is about the building an entrepreneur, because we are in that particular zone where we have to nurture a particular student in that particular, so we need to identify those qualities, and even we need to suggest that what quality should be there so that they can imbibe those to be a better entrepreneur. So I think that way that particular session helped me, at least personally, where I can guide my student that what qualities that they should look for. And secondly, the session that right now we had, where you brought a variety of entrepreneurs, which and they have shared their own personal stories. I think this is also really good, where we got a different perspective. And if I see the again a variety, let's say for example, it is again not a gender specific, it is again not a particular specific that you are belonging to a particular business family, it is also not the age, right? There was a variety of age difference, right? So this shows that definitely, if I can say to you that this is a commendable job on your part as a coordinator, where you have identified a variety of sources. So I think I take an opportunity on the behalf of all the participants here that you did a great job, sir. Thank you for at least these two sessions. I really like those. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. जी. If any suggestions, so you are most welcome. If you want to add something in this, so you are most welcome to please.
Dr. Rakesh, adding to what Dr. Astip has just stated right now, see, teaching only theoretical concepts does not create great impact on the student. But by quoting examples, by showing them these kind of successful stories, innovation stories, creating something, thinking out of the box, creating something which is very meaningful for the society, it is really going to help the coming generations. So yeah, absolutely, this session was very useful, very motivating for us also as educators. And I think we should like put these kind of examples in front of the students so that they can learn that yeah, it requires a lot of focus, and the problems will come in life, there will be hurdles, and that needs to be faced with a lot of challenge. So it is a very inspiring session, sir, and I really appreciate your effort also into this. So it was great interacting session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. So yes. So anybody would like to say anything else? So it's okay. Otherwise, we can just wind it up, and we'll meet at around 2 o'clock. So any suggestion to further improve these? So I just open to this to take suggestions as well. Right. I think no suggestions, no other further thing. Right. So we'll meet at 2 o'clock, and I request everyone, so please be there on time so that we can start our session on time, and we'll be able to finish it in time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Hello, Rashmi ma'am, the resource person have joined. So can we start? Rashmi Tiwari ma'am. Rashmi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So can we start?
Ji, sir.
Ma'am has already joined. Yeah,
Oh,
please.
okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to introduce our esteemed speaker for today's session, Dr. Priyasha Cole. Dr. Cole is currently serving as Assistant Professor of Sociology at the School of Liberal Studies, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Delhi, and also holds important academic leadership responsibilities, including Deputy Dean of the School of Liberal Studies. She completed her PhD in Sociology and MSc in Management from the University of Bristol, UK, where she received prestigious international scholarships and research grants. She secured first rank in MS Sociology from Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. With more than 15 years of academic and research experience, Dr. Cole has taught and conducted research at several reputed institutions in India and abroad. Her area of expertise include media and popular culture, migration and diaspora, gender, urban sociology, religion, and work and organization. She has published extensively in reputed journals and edited volumes, and has represented research paper at numerous national and international conferences across India, the UK, Germany, Thailand, and the US. She has also delivered invited lectures and research methodology sessions at leading academic institutions and international forums. Dr. Cole's academic journey reflects excellence in teaching, research, institutional leadership, and we are really truly honored to have her with us today. On behalf of everyone presented here, I extend a very warm welcome to Dr. Priyasha Cole. Ma'am, we are very grateful for your presence and look forward to learning from your valuable insights. Thank you, ma'am. Please start your session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rashmi and Dr. Rakesh. It's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to share my presentation. Just could you help share? Yeah, okay. Could someone let me know how to do that?
Yeah, ma'am, just share your presentation.
Okay.
And select that particular screen where your presentation is visible. Yeah. Ma'am, there are options. One is entire screen. So don't do that. So application windows. First
Allow
open
to
your
share.
PPT. Yeah.
Yeah,
First
it's open.
Yeah, sure.
Does it work now?
Not visible, ma'am. Yes, now. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I won't be able to see you because the screen is here. So if anyone has a question or comment at any point, which I would very much encourage, please feel free to speak up and let me know so that we can make the session more interactive and interesting for all of us. So thank you again to Dr. Rashmi and Dr. Rakesh. The title of the presentation today is Business Communication, Soft Skill Development for Effective Information Seeking and Networking. My name is Dr. Priya Shakal, as you've already heard, and it's a pleasure to be here with you. आज के सेशन में the objectives will broadly be following 4 objectives. So जब हम इनोवेशन और इनोवेशन और स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम की बात करते हैं तो बहुत सारी चीजें हमारे दिमाग में आती हैं, डिसरप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजी, माइंड ब्लोइंग न्यू आइडियाज, एआई, बट कम्युनिकेशन ऐसी चीज है जो हमारे दिमाग में इंस्टिंक्टिवली नहीं आती है, हमारे दिमाग में ज्यादा डायनामिक, ज्यादा वाइब्रेंट चीजें आती हैं। तो कम्युनिकेशन की बात हम क्यों करें, बिजनेस कम्युनिकेशन इंपॉर्टेंट क्यों है? और कम्युनिकेशन एक ऐसी चीज है, इट्स समथिंग दैट एक्चुअली दैट्स नॉट न्यू टू अस, वी ऑल कम्युनिकेट इन आवर एवरीडे लाइव्स with different kinds of stakeholders. हम अपनी जिंदगी में, we are all faculty members, we communicate with students on a daily basis, we communicate with different kinds of external applying for grants, projects, conferences. तो हम अलग अलग तरह के स्टेक होल्डर्स से अपनी एवरीडे प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में कॉन्स्टेंटली कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं। तो बिजनेस कम्युनिकेशन में इनोवेशन और स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में ऐसा क्या है, व्हाट इज इट दैट वी कैन ब्रिंग टू द कम्युनिकेशन इन दिस पर्टिकुलर एस्पेक्ट, which is important. And in today's session, I would like to kind of, as I said, as you heard before, I'd like to bring my management and sociology background and the experience of through these years to discuss upon this topic कि हम business communication को एक strategic communication के through देखें, के lens से देखें। लेकिन strategic communication करने की, जब हम strategic की बात करते हैं, हम आजकल networking की बहुत बात करते हैं, it's important to be also mindful of the fact that networking sometimes has this sort of a slightly negative connotation that that you are being utilitarian, that आप हमेशा सिर्फ अपने फायदे के लिए नेटवर्किंग कर रहे हैं। तो हम ब्रॉडली सोचेंगे कि हम बिजनेस स्ट्रेटेजिक कम्युनिकेशन को और नेटवर्किंग को किस तरह से सोचें, because at the end of the day, while all these ideas are important, we are all human beings. And as human beings, how do we connect to each other lies at the heart of the branding of your, not only your enterprise, but also your personal branding. And the stronger your branding is, the stronger you are able to communicate your values, your interests and your aims to the people around you, to the relevant stakeholders, the easier it is for people to buy into your vision. And again, not buy into in the sense of being only a very narrow profitable sense, buy into meaning want to be a part of it, want to partake in your vision. तो कोई इंसान आजकल की दुनिया में, as we'll discuss all of this in detail later, if you, especially when we think of the innovation and startup ecosystem, there is a lot of information upload, there is a lot of people, so आप attention deficit है। आप जब लोगों को, आप किसी को अपना विजन, अपना आइडिया, अपना पर्सपेक्टिव एक्सप्लेन करना चाहते हैं, तो आप वो किस तरह से वो ब्रांडिंग क्रिएट करें कि वो आपको हेल्प करना चाहे, वो आपके विजन को आपकी नजरों से देखें। एंड दैट इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड अ वेरी स्ट्रेटेजिक कम्युनिकेशन स्किल which is extremely crucial in the business ecosystem in general, but particularly in the entrepreneurial venture ecosystem. So आज के session में, as we'll talk about all of these in detail one by one, but the 4 broad sort of objectives that we'll be going through is, firstly, why communication and networking matter within startup and innovation ecosystem, as we were just sort of touching upon. Secondly, how information seeking operates within contemporary digital and professional environments. Again, as we were just saying, we'll talk about this in detail later, and look at some practical tips around it as well. When we look at the world around us, most of our networking, most of our communication, most of our alliances with people are happening in multiple sorts of platforms, and largely digital platforms. So how do we adapt our conversations to different kinds of stakeholders in the digital platforms in order to make our communication effective and purposive for the purposes of our idea and our startup venture. The third important objective that we would be looking at is the importance of communication competencies, especially as I was just saying, given that we are all faculty members, we are all people who have been involved and are seeped into the communication networks of various kinds. So hum kis tarah se, what sort of communication competencies are important for us as faculty, as personal brands, in communicating with fellow researchers, in communicating with students, in communicating with innovators, in communicating with investors. So different types of communication. There are internal communications which are very important. So चाहे वो एक छोटा startup हो, चाहे वो बड़ा organization हो या institution हो, किस तरह से communication skills are important, both in terms of upward communication, downward communication, as well as lateral communication. And then, of course, their external communication is very important. So how you communicate with the external world, especially people who are very relevant stakeholders in the vision that you have. And finally, the fourth objective that we would be looking at is the role of faculty members as mentors, facilitators, and ecosystem connectors. So before moving forward, I'd like to do a very small 1-minute exercise. If I could request all of you, you don't have to share the answers with me, but आप अपने पास अगर सिर्फ 1 मिनट का टाइम लेकर के maximum आप 1-2 points बना सकें. पहला point होगा कि what is any interesting startup idea that you have. That could of course be your own idea, but if not your own, you can look at someone else's idea. कोई startup जो आपने सुना हो, जिनका idea आपको बहुत important या interesting लगा हो, and so please make a note of that. Just one sort of small bullet point for yourself. And secondly, please make a note of within that जो आप startup का idea सोच रहे हैं, the names of at least 3 important stakeholders that you would like to communicate with. All of this information is going to stay with you, so please feel free to honestly answer it. You don't have to share with any of us. Just write it down. Take just 5-10 seconds and write it down for yourself. Is that okay? Please let me know when you are done, because I'm not able to see you. Can we move forward? I'm hoping you've all made a note. If not, you can keep doing it alongside. But please keep those bullet points with you, and we'll sort of talk with them and think through them while we are proceeding through these slides and through the session today. So, अब हम आते हैं really the actual substance of the matter. सबसे पहली बात जो हम करेंगे, which is innovation is not only technological. तो जब हम इनोवेशन की बात करते हैं, as I was just saying, इनोवेशन की बात करने में हम सोचते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी is the most important thing. Disruptive technology, particularly the idea of ambitious founders, innovative products are at the heart of the innovation and startup ecosystem. And while that is of course true, that is absolutely true, and there is no denying that, it is also very, very important to remember that all of this comes wrapped in social and organizational relations, in which communication is absolutely crucial. So, आपके ideas very often, as they say, as a famous idiom goes, no man is an island. हमारे ideas very often develop when we interact with others. जब आप किसी friend से भी basically ज़रूरी नहीं कि ये strategic आप meeting के through ही या एक collaborative brainstorming session के through ही कर रहे हो, आप अपने friends से बात कर रहे हैं. When you're talking through your peers, your colleagues, you're sitting in a conference, when you communicate, when you collaborate, when you just chat with people, ideas emerge, and collaborations emerge through networks. Networks are absolutely crucial when we think about communication in the sort of the startup ecosystem. It's important for us to be able to build networks which work through trust, which work through collaboration, which work through strategic visibility. तो आप स्टेक होल्डर एंगेजमेंट तभी कर पाएंगे, आपसे स्टेक होल्डर एंगेजमेंट कोई के विजन में पार्टी कोई तभी करेगा when you are able to sort of establish that kind of trust with you on yourself and in those relations. And those trust building exercises जो हम rapport building कहते हैं, they are very they are strategic, but they are also have to be genuine. No one wants to feel used. No one wants to help someone you think is only looking to benefit from you. So it's important to inculcate relationships in which are mutually respectful, respect the other person's time, or respect the other person's contribution. Thank people, be thankful for the time. When someone gives you your time in a meeting, make sure that you send something just as small as simply sending a 2-line sort of email or a note thanking them for your time. People want to help people who respect them, and these are crucial skills which make or break your personal brand. तो ब्रांडिंग की जब हम बात करते हैं, सिर्फ एक मार्केटिंग ब्रांडिंग ही नहीं, और मार्केटिंग में भी अगर आप सोचें, अगर आप बेस्ट मार्केटिंग ब्रांड कैंपेन्स सोचें, बेस्ट मार्केटिंग ब्रांड कैंपेन्स हमेशा वो नहीं रहे हैं which tell you about only about the crucial aspects of what a product is or a service is giving you. They are consistently, any marketing guru will tell you, they are consistently marketing campaigns which actually appeal to you at a human level, at an emotional level. तो वो आप अपने बचपन के मार्केटिंग एड्स सोचिए जो आपने टीवी में देखे होंगे, वो ब्रांड्स होंगे जो आज भी आपके दिल के करीब हैं, जो आज भी they make you feel strongly about them. You would be willing to pick them up in a supermarket shelf because they speak to you, they hold a certain kind of attachment to you. So similarly, when we think about the startup ecosystem, when we think about the innovation and startup venture universe, it's important to remember that while there is a lot of cutthroat competition, at the end of the day, we are human beings, and we help people that we connect with. We help people that we feel a certain sense of affinity with. And those are more likely to come if you are humane to each other, if we are respectful towards each other. You don't want to be the person who stands, which I'm sure we have all seen the examples of this, who stands in a conference and is constantly scanning the room for who is the next most important person that I can switch to for a conversation. It devalues your brand, which is not to say that you should not be competitive. Of course you should be. Of course you should be competitive. You should always be looking out for the best possible opportunities for yourself, and which is something that we'll talk about in a little while. But genuineness, when you bring a genuine appreciation and willingness and a genuine curiosity and respect for people, to your ideas, to your ventures, it helps you in developing a brand which is trustworthy, which is something that people want to collaborate with, and that people have a recall value with. They want to help you. So that's an important point to remember, that in all of this, in all of the cutthroat noise, at the end of the day, we are human beings, and we like being respected. We like working with people, helping people, communicating with people who help us, who are respectful to us, and with whom we can build enduring networks of trust and mutual respect. So that's an important idea that I think is very worthy of remembering, even when talks of leadership. That's why we put so much importance on emotional leadership now. So having said that, the next question that it brings us to is why communication matters in a startup ecosystem. अगर हम startup ecosystem में देखें, as we were just talking about a little while earlier, there is a lot of competition. There is a lot of everyone is vying for resources. Everyone is vying for opportunities. तो आपका idea कितना भी important हो, it's even more important sometimes, to be able to communicate that effectively to the person standing in front of you. How many of us, I'm sure as faculty members, we've all been a part of this. How many of us have been in, project proposal meetings, or have been even in student presentations, where we have felt that the idea was strong, but the person was not able to communicate it well enough. So communication skills are very important in terms of आप किस तरह से अपनी and we'll come to practical tips on that, आप किस तरह से अपनी communication को tailor करें for आपके सामने कौन है, who the person in front of you. Your communication style must be adapted in accordance with them. You will not be communicating with an investor in the same way as you will be communicating, let's say, with a student who you are mentoring. So it's important to adapt your communication styles, and equally important, it is, it's important to be able to adapt different kinds of communication skills. So when it comes to email, the kind of communication skills which are very important, as opposed to when it comes to pitching an idea, in which different kinds of communication skills are important. So I'm going to skip ahead, and I hope, as I said, at any point, if anything, if you even have a question, or a comment, or anything that you just want to contribute an idea, please feel free to speak up. I mean, that would always be very welcome. Which brings us to the next question, which is about rethinking soft skills. तो जब हम soft skills की बात करते हैं, we often kind of treat them as secondary skills. तो आपको, hard skills आने चाहिए. Soft skills नहीं भी आए तो चलेगा. They are kind of optional. You can hire people to do them. But increasingly, अगर आप आज की, if you look at the professional world around you, in any kind of team working enterprise, in any kind of leadership position, in any kind of management position, which is very important, in any kind of product development position, soft skills are extremely important. The way you communicate will determine the way you are able to build skills and build teams around you. So जब हम lateral communication करते हैं, which is sort of horizontal communication, it's important for us to be analytical, to be able to sort of describe and our perspective to our peers. When we do downward communication, it's from the leaders to more broadly people in the organization. It's important to be able to communicate your vision and the perspective behind it. So it's to be able to make people feel heard and included. Often people will buy into your arguments or your idea if you are able to make them feel seen in it, of the reason behind why you are doing what you are doing. तो आप अगर लोगों को even in a difficult decision, अगर आप लोगों को समझाएं कि ये difficult decision है, but ये इस चीज के लिए important है, people will be likely to buy into that and understand it, because they understand where it is coming from. So making people feel heard is a very important communication skill, because it makes people, again, it makes people respected, it makes people feel included, and at the end of the day, everyone wants that. It's something that everyone appreciates. Similarly, when we talk about the upwards communication, we look at things like in what way do people from the bottom up in organizations, in teams, in very small teams also, communicates with their experience with higher up the organization. So it's important for people to be able to communicate in a way which enables them to show how their experience is something which helps the organization, which is for the benefit of the organization. So you don't want to be someone who is just pointing out the problems. You also want to be someone who, if you are sort of highlighting some challenge, you are also able to provide the solution to that. And solution is something, again, we'll come to problem with solution later, but to be able to sort of show that you are not the person who is only looking for problems. You're also the person who is a part of the team and wants to contribute to the overall betterment of the team, of the idea, of the vision of the enterprise. So these are all soft skills are really extremely crucially important in entrepreneurship, in leadership, in innovation management, in organizational development holistically, no matter which perspective that we look at them from. So it's important, again, therefore, to remember that soft skills are no longer optional skills. There was a time when we heard, we heard stories about professors who would just sit in a locked room and work 10 hours a day and not communicate with everyone. Those sort of stereotypes of the professors of olden times. Nowadays, we are people who are not just teaching and researching, but we are constantly actively communicating with different stakeholders, as we were just talking about earlier, on an everyday basis. So it's very important for all of us to have inculcate soft skills of strategic communication, which are able to precisely communicate to others and to relevant stakeholders what is it that we are contributing and what is the vision that we are bringing to the table. Next, we come to the network nature of innovation. Again, as I said, let me just reiterate this from point to point so that one doesn't forget. If there's any point you would like to say anything, please feel free to do so. Next, we come to the network nature of innovation. So, मैनुअल कैस्टल्स एक स्कॉलर थे जिन्होंने आइडिया दिया था नेटवर्क सोसाइटी, थ्योरी दिया नेटवर्क सोसाइटी का, where he talked about how if you want to understand the contemporary world, information flows through networks, and we cannot operate outside of those networks. So it's very important for us to be a part of these networks, or to be a part of the right networks, because often what happens is opportunities जो होती हैं, one finds them through कोई opportunity कहीं advertise हुई, जरूरी नहीं है कि आप हर नेटवर्क के पार्ट हो और आपको वो अपॉर्चुनिटी डायरेक्टली पता चले, but you might have a friend, you might have a colleague, someone who is a part of that network who can come and tell you about this opportunity. So and so scheme has come about that might be relevant to you. There is koi opportunity, job opportunity which might be relevant to you. So it's very important for us to inculcate networks and inculcate networks through which we can broaden outwardly broaden our networking capabilities. Network doesn't mean कि आपको constantly 24 घंटे बैठ करके networking करनी है, in the sense of कि you have to constantly keep sending messages. It is just to be able to create networks which you can tap into from time to time and be mutually beneficial to each other. So and I'll give you a very good example of this before moving on. The first job that I got in the UK was something that actually I never knew about. Someone was doing something in which they had advertised about, they were looking for the experiences of people in the UK job market. I saw that thing somewhere. Someone told me about that, कि ऐसा कुछ हो रहा है, that you might be interested in looking at that. And I saw that, and I saw that, I started reading it, and I then found out that they were actually the project was very limited in scope. But I thought, what is the harm? Let me just write to them anyway and tell them that this is something that's of interest to me, and I would like to be a part of this. So I wrote to them, and I told them about my background, and this is what this is the kind of opportunity that is of interest to me, and if there are any possibilities for me to get involved, I would be really happy. And I got a sort of message back from them saying that and we are very interested in your background, and we would love to be be a part of this, but actually we are looking at the experience of people of only domestic sort of people within the UK and their interest in the job market. So then I wrote back to them saying that actually, if this is the research project that you're doing of looking at the experience of people in the job market, it actually would be very helpful, and if you might expand your respondent category to look at experiences of not just domestic people looking in the job, looking for a job in the UK job market, but also international people who are looking for a job. It will give you an insight into an extra insight into the phenomenon that you're looking at, which agar aap khali domestic participants ko dekhoge to aapko nahi milega, because we live in a world which is highly interconnected. And they called me and they said, we really appreciated your feedback. This is not something that is directly applicable to this project, but we have something coming up later and you might want to apply for it. So cut a long story short, I got into touch with them and the professors who were heading the team, and she told me about their work, and through over time we developed a network and of different kinds of people who are working in the field, and I ultimately ended up started working as a part of that team. So the point of this story is to highlight that when we are looking for opportunities, do not always think of just ये मेरे इंटरेस्ट मेरे directly मेरे relevance का नहीं है and therefore I'm going to cut it out. Be open to opportunities. You never know when your next opportunity, where and when that can come from. आप genuinely curiosity से अगर आप if you are open to opportunities, if you are open to reaching out to people, do not be wary of just cold emailing people. अगर आपको किसी का अपनी फील्ड से काम इंटरेस्टिंग लगता है, of course, and I will come to email skills later, don't write a one paragraph, one page email. Likelihood that if some unknown person, the chances of people being sort of reading through such a long email would be less. But there is no harm in sort of just writing to them and exploring opportunities. It might not come through directly, but they might be able to put you in touch with someone else who is of relevance, who will be able to tell you something or put you in touch further with someone who is who might be able to provide you with certain kind of an insight with regards to your idea, your enterprise, your venture. So be open to opportunities. Do not think do not limit yourself. And at the same time, it is also very important to remember that while you write to people, cold email and cold call, do not take it personally if people do not respond to you. Often, because we are so passionate about our own research ideas, our own business ideas, our own venture ideas, that that's if someone important that we really look up to and we write to them with our idea and they do not respond back, we feel, we take it personally. There is no need to do that. It's important to remember that, again, to be a little bit realistic about the world. Startup ecosystem they are constantly probably getting hundreds of emails in, the topmost people are getting hundreds of emails on an everyday basis. It's not always possible for people to, for whatever reason, that they might not have seen your email, that they might not have had the chance to get back to you. So aap usko personally na lein. What is more important that if you do not hear back for some time, send another email, just a very gentle reminder email. And if then they still are not able to get in touch with you, do not pester. It's it's immediately. ये नहीं कि आप 2 दिन के अंदर you constantly keep sending emails. We have to remember that at the end of the day, the world doesn't owe us anything. People don't owe us anything. If someone is giving us their time, their idea, their contribution, we have to be appreciative of that. So don't, be open to opportunities, sort of just in terms of a practical networking ideas. Be open to opportunities, use LinkedIn, something that we'll talk about later. Reach out to people, be respectful, be mindful of people's times. You don't know what anyone is going through in their personal life or then their professional life. So don't take it personally. It's not a reflection on your idea or your work. It's simply a matter of, everyone has a lot going on in their lives. We can only do what is best for us and keep at it without giving up. So have faith in your idea, be open to feedback, and be persistent about it. Information seeking in contemporary ecosystems. So really what we were talking about a little while earlier, around the same idea, that information seeking, if you look at the information network ecosystems around today, हमारी information जो है हमें often मिलती है through various kinds of networks. अब एक न्यूज़पेपर या एक sort of platform के through हमें information नहीं मिलती है. We live in worlds where there is constant information, there is no dearth of information. There is a constant bombardment of information in very fact, and you have multiple kind of multiple just sign up to email chains, to newsletters, the attend webinars, have LinkedIn networks, inculcate LinkedIn networks of people whose work you actually you're interested in, on people whose work you are actually respect, because you never know what, as I said again, you never know where and from what end your new opportunity or new idea or your new connection might come from, which can lead you down paths which you had never imagined or foreseen. So information today is technical, digital, social, relational, and ecosystem. Just because it's technical and digital does not mean that even then its social and relational become any less important, are extremely crucial points for us to remember. It is about the idea, but it's also about the way in which we reach out with our idea to the world around us. We reach out to the people and how we communicate our idea. तो हम अपने idea को जितनी अच्छी तरह से communicate करेंगे. I'm sure we have all seen even Shark Tank or things like that. People who have wonderful ideas but are not able to communicate it through for various reasons. So timely and relevant information shapes strategic opportunities. आप अपनी इंफॉर्मेशन को किस टाइम और किस तरह से कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं वो बहुत ही एक्सट्रीमली क्रूशियल है in terms of grabbing people's attention and tapping into the right kinds of networks and opportunities at the right time. Information asymmetry. As we was at the flip side of it, if you are not a part of the right kinds of network, and again I would like to highlight at this point that doesn't mean that many of us I've interacted with people who feel like I'm not naturally a very extrovert person. I'm not naturally someone who is who is comfortable speaking with strangers, so I lose out on opportunities because of that. That doesn't necessarily have to be true. Information asymmetry, while it is very true and it is very important, that you have to be a part of the right networks in order to be able to find the right information at the right time. It also means that the kind of multiplicity of digital platforms which are available, being an introvert is or being someone who is not necessarily very gregarious socially, should in any way be something which in your mind should be a limitation for you as an entrepreneur, as a researcher, as an innovator, to be able to build your personal brand. आपका genuineness, आपका persistence, and आपका clarity of idea and communication skills are something which will always put you apart from the crowd, if you are genuinely investing in it and genuinely inculcating relational networks through which people want to collaborate with you through your building of your entrepreneurial and personal brand, both of which are equally important. So like we were saying earlier, जो मैं आपको बता रही थी, Granovetter एक scholar हैं जिन्होंने एक theory दिया, strength of weak ties, which ties into what we were talking about just now. The idea that उन्होंने कहा कि जब हम जरूरी नहीं है कि आप एकदम close important tight networks में हो कि आपको to be able to find about professional opportunities. It could often be loose professional opportunities. Professional networks or connections can often be very important and very useful in having all kinds of access to new opportunities. So someone that you might have gone to school with, someone that you might have worked with years ago, the people that you connect with, have inculcate those relational networks, not just for strategic purposes, but for in mutually respectful ways. And as I was saying, the strength of weak ties, जो weak ties हैं, you might know someone from LinkedIn जो किसी और को जानते हो, जो किसी और को जानते हो, उन्होंने वो किसी और की पोस्ट repost करें, जिसके थ्रू आपको information मिल सकती है. तो weak ties are not in themselves or are not necessarily, in any way कि आप मैं बहुत टाइट knit networks का part नहीं हूँ, that means that I will not get opportunity. If you are strategically communicating through those ties, whatever the kind of ties that you have, it will always enable you to be able to find out the opportunities, to have the opportunity to interact and communicate and network with people when you want and for the purposes that you want. So through kind of building those customizable networks, which don't have to be on everyday networks, but still as weak diffuse networks are broad enough actually to be able to provide you information and access to opportunities जो आपका current बहुत strong खाली tight knit network के पास जरूरी नहीं है हो. So again, at this point, halfway through the point, one small reflection activity I'd like you to do. You can write it in the chat box if you like, but if you're not comfortable doing that, you can also just keep it with yourself. Just take 10 seconds and write down for yourself any opportunity that came to you through your professional network, through your relationship, your alumni conference, कहीं जाने से, किसी digital platform से, LinkedIn से, कोई ऐसी opportunity जो आपको पता चली हो, which ended up being very important for you. Please note it down and keep it with you. As I said, these are important points of reflection, which at the end of the session that when we reach, I would like you to go back and think upon, and also hopefully after the session ends, for you to kind of reflect upon later on as well. Okay, so can we take 5 seconds to do that? If one person can let me know, yes. All right, I hope I'm audible because I can't hear anyone else. All right, I'm going to wait.
You are audible. You are audible.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to wait for 5 seconds and then we'll move on.
Madam, your slides are not.
Slides are not visible? You should be able to see a slide which says reflection activity.
Priyasha ma'am, your slides are not moving, I think.
Your slides are not moving at all.
Oh, is it? आप कौन सी slide देख पा रहे हैं?
We were looking at the first slide. Now it is changing.
हाँ, okay, ठीक है. अब आप देख पा रहे हैं reflection activity?
Yeah.
Can you make, madam? Can you make it slide presentation mode? Okay, could you please go to that slide presentation mode?
Please let me. It was in the presentation mode only. That's why you.
No, madam. It's no, madam.
आप बताइए कैसे करना है?
No, it's on the top left side or bottom right.
Share, na? आपको मुझे थोड़ा बताना
PPT.
View, gallery view, speaker view, multi-speaker view.
Madam, on the top, if you go to there, like PPT,
yeah.
So you go there like slide show, madam.
हाँ जी बताइए.
Otherwise, the bottom where you can zoom in and zoom out. Before that, yeah, you can click on that one. I think, yeah.
This was how it was earlier, but you were not able to see it moving. Can you see now?
Now it is not. Now we can see that the reflection activity slide that we can see.
Okay. So if at any point it freezes, please let me know so that I can revert back.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so hopefully if you were not able to see the slides, let me just quickly run through them so that you can see. So these were the slides that we have covered. And here it is, we are at the moment. Okay, so is it all good? Can we move forward? I think might have had time to.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
write down. Okay, great. ठीक, तो अब हम next topic पे आते हैं, which is also very important, which is information literacy and critical evaluation. तो as we were saying, information की कोई कमी नहीं है. There is, information all over that is available to us. In fact, we have an information overload from various sources which are constantly competing for our attention. So therefore, it is also equally important. जितना important information access करना है, utna hi important. It's probably equally important to be very, very mindful of being able to discern what sort of information is important and what sort of information might actually be misinformation. And with the with AI and with everything, it's even more mindful that we have these evaluation skills which are critical to distinguishing evidence from hype. So not just for ourselves, but to be able to for students that we are mentoring in innovation, to encourage their ideas, but equally to nurture them to be discerning and have critical thinking with regards to कौन सा आइडिया आइडिया इंपॉर्टेंट है और उस आइडिया में को हम किस तरह से रिफाइन कर सकते हैं. हर इंफॉर्मेशन क्रेडिबल नहीं है और कौन सी इंफॉर्मेशन हम किस तरह से क्रिटिकल इवैल्यूएशन टूल्स लेकर के कौन सा एआई बेस्ड डेटा है जो might not actually be evidence based. So it's important for us as faculty members, as to be able to have those discernment and evidence based judgments, to be able to make those calls and inculcate them within our students. Which brings us to the next point, which is very important, which is asking better questions. तो हम किस तरह से क्रिटिकली इवैल्यूएट करें कि क्या चीज हमारे लिए यूजफुल और रेलेवेंट है और क्या चीज हमारे लिए यूजफुल और रेलेवेंट नहीं है. उसका एक बहुत वन वेरी गुड way of doing that, or one very good communication practice in this, is to actually ask better questions. So many of us think that innovation is simply about in the entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystem, it's simply about giving solutions. But actually, in order to be able to give good solutions to problems or challenges or issues, it's problem solution fit की जब हम बात करते हैं, it's actually even more important to be able to listen, to be able to observe the world around us with empathy, with an understanding, and to be able to understand कि हम अपने solution को problem पे ऊपर fit ना करें, but actually to look at the problem and inculcate a solution which speaks to it, which adapts to it, in which there is something about the world that our solution is addressing in a meaningful way. So while speaking skills are very important, communicating skills के साथ अच्छा communicate करने के लिए सिर्फ अच्छा बोलना जरूरी नहीं है. It's not just important that you have good speaking skills. It's actually even more or just as equally important to be able to listen properly, to be able to listen more. तो आप जब दूसरे इंसान की बात समझेंगे कि वो आपको अपनी प्रॉब्लम क्या बता रहे हैं, या आप दुनिया को ऑब्जर्व करके देखेंगे आसपास कि what is the problem, actual problem in the social world, then you will be able to design solutions, to be able to design ideas and innovations which actually fit into it. And at this point, I'd actually like to give you three examples of some very interesting startup ideas that ventures that I've come across in the recent past. 3 ideas or 3 very different kinds of products and solutions they are offering, and different kinds of ways in which they have tapped into. They've listened to the world around them and they have seen कि वो क्या problem है जिसको वो solution एक socially responsible, ethical perspective से कर सकते हैं. The first startup is a pickle startup which I recently came across. It was started by by an elderly woman in a village in Bihar. she makes pickles of in a small village in Darbhanga. She makes pickles in her own house, and has started over time with her success, has now sort of started hiring and employing more people more women, especially in the village. So she makes pickles, alag-alag cheezon ka achar, and bottles it and sells it now across India through courier. She has her own website and she sells through that. What is interesting in this startup? Okay, so let me first go through all the three and then I'll come to one by one what they do. The second one is, and again, a very interesting startup, which is a startup venture which was started again by a young woman who actually writes postcards, from different places, puts sort of things, memorable things associated with that particular place, and she sends out to people in her emailing list, as small sort of memory care packages, and people buy into that service. So people sort of pay her a monthly fees to be able to get this care package. The third startup, which is extremely important and socially relevant startup, is again something which I came across recently and which apparently now Alia Bhatt has also invested in, is again started by young people who came across that in places of worship, log obviously log phool chadhate hain, and those flowers are afterwards unko kaise how should they be disposed of. So because it has people's sentiments and emotions attached to it, they don't want to sell it, throw it away. But at the end of the day, the flowers are rotting, so they have to be disposed of in some way. So this startup thought about collecting these sort of rotting flowers from different places of worship and building sustainable solutions through those socially relevant sustainable solutions through that. तो 3 startups, 3 बहुत अलग-अलग ideas के साथ, and following very different communication strategies, as I'll just show you, and marketing strategies. What is very interesting in all of them, however, before we go on, is all 3 of them listened to the world around them. They were not necessarily, they're not all providing a tangible, catering to a tangible need, whether it's a tangible need or an intangible need. It's important that as an entrepreneur, especially someone interested in a venture in, and startup ecosystem, you observe the world around you, you listen to people around you. आप empathy के साथ अपने आसपास की दुनिया को देखें और समझें कि वो क्या चीज है जहां आप contribute कर सकते हैं meaningfully. What is it that will speak to people? So if we take the first startup idea, which is the pickle startup that I was talking about, this is an elderly woman who's probably been making pickles in her village, all her life. And when she's selling pickle, ऐसा नहीं है कि अचार शहरों में नहीं मिलता है, बहुत सारे ब्रांड्स का मिलता है, बहुत सारी कंपनीज का मार्केट करती हैं, बड़ी-बड़ी कंपनीज करती हैं. So how is it that she's established a niche for herself in food market sector, which is actually an extremely competitive and crowded sector of the market? So यहाँ पर वो किस तरह से अपना एक niche establish कर रही हैं by catering to an intangible need. What she is doing is she's actually sort of speaking to people's sense of cultural rootedness, providing them a sense of authenticity, that आपको गांव से बना हुआ authentic specific अचार भेजा जा रहा है, and that is not just about achar. The product is extremely important, but the idea is not just the product. The idea is the packaging of the venture, which is about, going back to your roots, speaking to the probably the memory of your childhood. And they are an extremely important part of the way in which she sells it. She markets, she communicates about the brand. So if you buy from her, you get, monthly emails sent by the company, in which they give you actually photographs and stories of how, on nine, which new women in the village who have been making achar for years before this started getting involved in this enterprise, how they are taking to it, in what way has it changed their life. storytelling is a very important part of communicating your vision. अगर आप एक कोई भी अच्छी प्रोडक्ट के बारे में सोचे, कोई भी अच्छा स्टार्टअप सॉल्यूशन सोचे, वो आपको सिर्फ एक सर्विस नहीं प्रोवाइड करेंगे या नहीं बेच रहे हैं, वो आपको एक विजन बेच रहे हैं, वो आपको एक they are helping you create a narrative which was, as I was talking earlier, which speaks to you, it is about the the entire enterprise is steeped in the significance of communication. तो आपको एक सेंस बेच रहे हैं कि आपके एक नीड्स को टैप इन कर रहे हैं कि this is an authentic product and you are buying into the development of the village, you are buying into the way in which you are people's lives are changing, you are buying into that vision, which is an important way in which communication is able to do that for the brand. And a very, very small startup brand, a very rural startup brand, is very important to remember. The second startup that I was talking about, a postcard, is an even more intangible product. So यहाँ अचार वाले में at least you are getting some product. Here, what is actually being sold is simply, or is communicated to you, is the sense of ये startup आपको communicate कर रहा है, the sense of nostalgia, the sense of comfort of going back to your roots. अगर आप एक शहर से from a small town in the hills, you have moved to a big city, a part of you always craves that place. A part of you is always left behind there. And as anyone who has moved, who has migrated for work or for whatever other reason, you would know कि आपका दिल का एक part हमेशा attached रहेगा. And so what this startup is very interestingly doing is that they are वो एक flower, एक छोटा सा perfume bottle, they're speaking to your senses, they're communicating through you very holistically, very intangibly, but very materially, कि ये गांव या ये एक शिमला का एक गांव या एक छोटा सा हिल स्टेशन कहीं, वहां से वो आपको फोटो लेकर के एक पोस्ट कार्ड में बना करके एक मंथली केयर पैकेज बना के भेजते हैं, जो आपको जब आपको मिलता है, when you buy into it, when you get it delivered to your nameless anonymous big city existence, you feel a sense of the home being delivered to your doorstep. So as I was saying earlier, the innovation or वेंचर इकोसिस्टम की जब हम बात करते हैं, हम हमेशा बात करते हैं डिस्ट्रप्टिव टेक्नोलॉजीज की, हम हमेशा बात करते हैं कि एक entrepreneurial disruption की, but disruption different kinds का होता है. Disruption could be of very different kinds. We are, at the end of the day, we are all human beings, and if we just listen to the world around us, if we just observe the world with empathy, people's lives, everyone has so much going on in their lives. So if we just tap into it, we'll be able to come up with problem fit solutions which are sustainable, which are socially relevant, which are culturally rooted, and therefore a lot more enduring, and have a lot more direct connection with with people's empathetic connection with people's hearts, and which always creates a very strong branding for your product through the ways in which you communicate. You communicate the service, you communicate, but you also communicate the importance of of what you are offering, but also the sense of communication of why that is important to the person sitting in front of you. People want to invest in people that speak to them, that in brands that speak to them. And as I keep going back to this is at the heart of the day. We should not forget that हम कितना भी commercial हो जाएं, हम at the end of the day हम इंसान हैं, और हमारा there are things which speak to us and which we feel connected about in ways which are which nothing else can. So a good marketing, a good communication strategy, strategic communication always taps into that. And thirdly, just jo hum baat kar rahe the flowers from from the places of worship, again such an socially responsible, culturally sensitive and sustainable innovation idea, which actually looked at something which was all around us and thought of कि इसको हम कैसे respecting people's cultural sensibilities, respecting people's emotional sensibilities, हम एक venture create कर सकते हैं जो sustainably, socially responsibly in flowers के through एक sustainable चीजें products develop कर सकें जिसके through we can actually respect the cultural rootedness and enduring enduring roots that we have, and provide a solution which speaks to all of them directly. The next slide that we come to now, let's move towards a little more practical skills. तो जब हम networking beyond transactional thinking की बात करते हैं, जैसे कि हम पहले बात कर रहे थे, which comes into this, sustainability of professional networks depend करता है on the enduringness of those professional networks, and enduringness of those professional networks, of those startup ecosystems, comes from trust, reciprocity, and genuine engagement. Long-term collaboration is rarely sustained through purely transactional interactions. Purely transactional, अगर आपने किसी ने बहुत early seasons of Apprentice US देखा होगा, it's very interesting that they would go and actually, the teams were given tasks. For someone who has not seen it, it's a business competition. The teams were given tasks to go and sort of आपको इतने सारे products खरीद के लाने हैं सबसे कम पैसे में, जो हर टीम को पैसा दिया जाता था equal, और जो सबसे कम पैसे में खरीद के लाएगा वो successful समझा जाता था. Now they would often go and they would tell some kind of lie in order to buy the product cheaply. And because that was a one-off competition, it would work. But if you want to build a sustainable business, that strategy will not work. Your personal branding is extremely important. If you tell people, if you build a reputation of being untrustworthy, people will be less likely to want to engage with you, invest with you, in you and through you in your ideas. So long-term collaborations के लिए it's important that we actually, if a product is expensive, you must have seen very interesting startups in beauty startups which have emerged in recent times, which actually selling a cream which is a bit expensive, but they talk about it, and how they sell it is that they tell you that yes, the cream is expensive, but you are more expensive. So what are they trying to communicate to you? They're communicating a very clear strategy. They're communicating to you that they recognize that that there are cheaper alternatives available, but the quality of the product is such that if you value yourself, then you will value that you are getting a better quality for your body. So ये एक communication important है. अगर वो सिर्फ ऐसे ही expensive cream देंगे, obviously no one will buy it. So it's important for them that as an entrepreneur and who's starting this venture, to have that sense of awareness कि आप अपना communication campaign किस तरह से build करें जो आप anticipate करें कि लोगों का क्या apprehensions हो सकते हैं, और उन apprehensions को पहले से को acknowledge करके you are able to sort of justify them. As we were talking about the very beginning of things, people want to feel heard. If you make your customer, your consumer, your investor feel that it's not that you are doing a mistake, that something is at a higher price point, and that those could be brought down later with economies of scale. But at that level, if you have to maintain this kind of quantity or this kind of quality, you either need more investment, or or your product will lose value. So you cannot devalue your product at a without having that sort of communication, because then your enterprise will not be able to survive for a very long time. So these communication decisions are hard decisions to make in any startup, in any venture idea. But with those hard decisions, it's important that the communication is transparent, that you have a clear strategy where you think that the person in front of you is intelligent enough to be able to foresee through these issues and challenges, anticipate them in advance, and to be able to provide problem fit solutions, and importantly, communicative strategies and tactics around it to be able to mitigate any apprehensions which which your stakeholders might have. So if you're able to clearly communicate the reasons for why something is the way it is, you are at a much higher chance to be able to build a credible and genuinely engaged long-term network relationship which develops which through which you can develop long-term sustainable and enduring startup ventures. I hope the slides, you can see the moving of the slides now. Could someone please let me know?
Yes, ma'am. It's on the
Slides are
reflection
not
activity.
moving, ma'am, but we are able to. Yeah.
You can see networking beyond transactional.
Slides are not moving, but
they're not moving. Okay.
no, ma'am. It is reflection only.
Now it's
reflection
moving. Now it's moving.
Achha, so let me not go in slideshow. This way might be
Yeah.
better. Okay. So please let me know if they're not moving so that I can do something about it. Okay. So this is the last one that you had seen. We went through this networking beyond transactions thinking.
Now it is asking better.
Okay. So the next thing that we were talking about is communication competencies. तो आपको किस तरह की competencies important हैं communicate करने के लिए innovation ecosystem में? As I said, professional email writing, and we'll talk about all of this one by one. Professional email writing, आज भी, most of us in our overwhelming amount of communication is through professional emails, and it's very important कि आपकी emails जो हो वो concise हो, are able to respect the other person's time, but are also very concise and brief, but are also getting the ideas across. And within that, it's also important to remember, again, depending on who your stakeholders are. If you are intercultural communication, it's very important to know the person that you are writing to, because often what happens, agar aap different people or they culturally can have very different communication styles. The American as opposed to the British, as opposed to the Japanese, बहुत different communication styles है. तो अगर आप international market में, for instance, अगर आपके international collaborators हैं, तो these are things to be important to keep in mind of, that there are very different kind of writing styles, communication styles. तो not necessarily कि आपको ही adapt करने की जरूरत नहीं, but अगर आपको कोई email लिख रहा है and that sort of sounds jarring to you, it's important for us to know where people are coming from. The next is presentation and storytelling skills, which, as I was saying, storytelling skills we were talking about, presentations we will in a little while. Active listening and stakeholder engagement, which we have already talked about, and digital communication, professional etiquette, and concise articulation. I hope आपकी slides अब आपको दिख रही हैं. The next slide that we have is the 3C principle, which basically means that just कि हम जब effective professional communication करते हैं, तो it's always helpful to follow 3 important yardsticks या 3 important guidelines, which is one should be clear, one should be concise, and one should be context aware. तो आपकी writing में, आपकी communication में, आपकी sort of presentation में एक clarity होना बहुत जरूरी है. Clarity कि आप कहना क्या चाहते हैं. We have all been a part of things in which बहुत सारी बातें हुई, but actually में क्या था वो समझ में नहीं आया. So it's अगर आप, and a good sort of thumb rule या yardstick of to remember this is, अगर आपका कोई भी idea है, आप उसको think about it कि आप, one golden rule to remember, think about that you are explaining this to someone who knows nothing about the innovation and startup ecosystem. उनको कुछ नहीं पता है इस area के बारे में. Some friend, someone that you just meet on the road. अगर आप किसी इंसान को जो completely removed है इस दुनिया से, from this professional realm, without using any kind of jargon, if you can explain your idea to them in 2 sentences, you have bang on, you know how to communicate clearly your idea, because it's very easy, and as academics we all know this, it's very easy to communicate with all the professional jargon that we have. It's actually much more difficult to communicate in very simple language. तो आप जितना simply, जितना sincerely आप एक normal sort of everyday language में अपने idea को clearly communicate कर पाएंगे, उतना ज़्यादा that means कि आपका अपना भी conceptual clarity आती है in sort of in communicating your ideas. The second one is, of course, concise. As we were talking about, if you're writing to someone, if you're presenting to someone, we live in a world of social media, and we live in a world of attention deficit. Everyone has a lot going on in their mind all the time, and we should not therefore expect the other person to have an hour to sit through and read through what we have written, or read through our email. आप अपनी email को precise रखें, ये email को make it concise, make it exactly in the first 2 lines. The context of the email should be clear. What is this email about? Instead of rambling on for a 5 paragraphs and then at the end giving what the email was about. Before getting into the background of things, start with the sort of the subject line, a very clear strategic subject line regarding what this email is about, so that the person, it does not go into the spam email, it does not get overlooked because someone did not actually click on the email. Clear subject line is always helpful in communicating exactly, saving your time, improving your chances of getting a response, and saving the respondent's time, and therefore higher likelihood of getting them sending a response. Secondly, context in the first 2 lines. So in the very first 2 lines, this is what the email is about should be contained. Next, specific ask or action points. Don't write a vague presentation or a vague email in which the person has to read through 4 paragraphs in order to understand कि आप उनसे पूछ क्या रहे हो. It's always useful to actually have specific action points. You can do 1, 2, 3, you can do bullet points, or even in the sentence format, but have very specific things that this is what this is what my concern is, this is what I would like help with. And of course, the way in which you write it is very important equally. So we've many of us, we know, we've received emails from students saying things like I want to do this now. There is a way of asking things, and this is what is very important, that we need to inculcate in our students as well, in young people who are sort of we are mentoring, who are entering the professional world, that there is a way in which it's important to ask people. Instead of saying things like, please help urgently, say something like, would be grateful, would request for a meeting regarding startup mentorship collaboration. The way that you write is communicating not just what you are writing, but also communicating to the person in front of that in how you see them, how you respect them, how you in what way do you value their contribution. And that's an important point to remember. If you are asking for someone's feedback, if you're asking for someone's contribution to your idea, if you're asking for someone's time, it's important to value that and to make them feel that you are thankful for it. So professional closure is very important, and brevity. Important things to remember in a strategic professional communication: clear, concise, to the point, respectful and polite, and must have a brief but proper structure of communication. Stakeholder engagement की जब हम बात करते हैं, this is something that we've already covered, so I'm not going to get into this in detail. The next thing that we get into is the human side of communication. तो जब हम communicate कर रहे हैं, as we were saying earlier, आप किससे communicate कर रहे हैं will depend upon आपकी email का टोन क्या होना चाहिए, आपका ईमेल का स्ट्रक्चर को किस तरह से अडेप्ट होना जरूरी है. This is just a snapshot. अगर आप एक इन्वेस्टर से फॉर इंस्टेंस कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं, they are very busy people, they don't have the time to go through very long emails, or even if you're sending a write-up, if you're sending a proposal, it's always good to have on the first page have an executive summary, a short executive, concise executive summary, which the person reads and knows exactly what it is about. And when they find it interesting, there is a much higher likelihood chance that they will actually go ahead and read your entire proposal. So in communicating with investors, you should be concise and you should be number oriented. In communicating with government bodies, they're very important and very crucial and socially useful initiatives which have been initiated by the government to help the innovation and startup ecosystem, and especially young entrepreneurs. तो आप जब गवर्नमेंट बॉडीज से कम्युनिकेट कर रहे हैं, it's important to be formal, to be structured, and to be able to bring that vision through that communication, your vision through that communication. As opposed to that, अगर आप academic collaborator से अपने किसी peer से communicate कर रहे हैं, then your proposal, then your ideas need to be more detailed, need to be more analytical. You have a much more likelihood or higher chance of to be able to have direct face-to-face or even online direct communication, and ways to talk with them in greater detail. If you're communicating with a startup founder, solution focused, you have to be able to show what your solution focused vision. तो जो हम पहले बात कर रहे थे कि खाली प्रॉब्लम ही दिखाना इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, आपको उसका solution focused पर्सपेक्टिव और अप्रोच भी आपको दिखाना इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट है. You don't want to be the person who's just flagging the problems all the time, but also bringing your vision into how you're addressing in constantly providing a solution focus. And finally, when we are communicating with our students, with the students who are mentoring, whose ideas we might be mentoring, it's important to be encouraging and accessible, but also provide careful but honest feedback. And as I said, just one idea needs to be communicated with different stakeholders in different ways is crucial to remember about. I hope the slides are visible as we are going through. Next, we come to elevator pitches and storytelling. Storytelling, as we've been talking about, is extremely important part of communication of your vision and of your brand idea. और pitches उसका बहुत important part है. तो जब आप एक effective personal communication करते हैं, आप pitch किस तरह से करें, वो बहुत important होता है. In short time में concisely but comprehensively एक emotional tug भी लाना, but एक vision और focus भी देना with numbers कि आपका concrete idea ही है. अगर आप खाली emotion में आ जाएंगे तो it will just be fluff. You're just giving fluff without actually giving anything substantial. There is no backbone to your idea. But if you only go to numbers, then it becomes too monotonous, and and people don't see why it will be appealing to anyone. So a good pitch always brings together both those elements together to be able to provide a comprehensive vision to show कि आपका communicate कि आपका जो idea है वो बहुत strong है और आपको idea को आपने सोचा है clearly, you worked through it at each step on what your vision is, what your aim is, how you're going to implement it, what kind of figures do you have backing your ideas and your plan of action, but also in what way you have couched it in the overall body to be able to make it appealing to investors and relevant stakeholders to be able to partake in that idea and vision and plan. So both the elements being extremely important. तो अगर हम simple pitch structure को देखें, एक simple pitch structure में ये these are key important points or takeaways to carry with you. One is, what problem are you solving? आपके दिमाग में, as we were saying, हमने 3 startup ideas देखे जो एक सोशली रेलेवेंट प्रॉब्लम को देख रहे थे, बट वो प्रॉब्लम हमेशा एक टैंजिबल प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी. वो प्रॉब्लम टैंजिबल भी हो सकती है, इनटैंजिबल भी हो सकती है, बट in your mind it should be very clear and you should be able to communicate very clearly through your pitch कि आप क्या प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहे हैं, आपने क्या प्रॉब्लम ऑब्जर्व की है, वो प्रॉब्लम क्यों है, उस प्रॉब्लम को आप किस तरह से सॉल्व कर रहे हैं, आपका आइडिया उस प्रॉब्लम को किस तरह से एड्रेस कर रहा है. सो व्हाट प्रॉब्लम आर यू सॉल्विंग, हु इज गेटिंग अफेक्टेड, हु आपका रेलेवेंट यहाँ पर कौन है टारगेट जिनको ये आप हेल्प कर रहे हैं, जिनके लिए सोशली बेनिफिशियल होगा, whose lives would be affected by the solution that you are proposing. So what problem are you solving, who is getting affected, what is your solution, उस प्रॉब्लम का उस इंसान के लिए, उस स्टेक होल्डर के लिए आपका क्या सोल्यूशन है, why is it different, वो आपका सोल्यूशन जो है वो बाजार के और 10,000 सोल्यूशन से अलग क्यों है, क्यों इंपॉर्टेंट है, व्हाट इज योर यूएसपी जिसको हम कहते हैं, आपका यूनिक ऐसा क्या है आपके आइडिया के बारे में जो टैप इनटू करता है एक गैप में which no one else is currently doing. It's and that is very important. Why? If for someone that you are asking for investment in, they have to know कि जो चीजें ऑलरेडी बाजार में है, in what way is your positioning different, in what way is your solution different, in what way are you contributing something to the gap which no one else has until now. So that those are very crucial points to know about. And as I said, those gaps could be of different kinds, but those gaps should be very clear in your head with regards to what, who, why, where and why now. अब क्यों इस पॉइंट पे आपको क्यों लगता है कि आज की तारीख में ये सॉल्यूशन काम करेगा, ये सॉल्यूशन आज से अगर if it's a solution that you say yes is will solve the problem, it will be everything, but आज वो टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं एग्जिस्ट करती है, तो आप टेक्नोलॉजी में इन्वेस्ट करना है आपको. In what is the time relevancy of the solution that you are proposing. अगर आपका सॉल्यूशन आज से 10 साल बाद रेलेवेंट होगा तो वो अभी आपके सॉल्यूशन में कोई क्यों इन्वेस्ट करेगा, इज समथिंग दैट यू हैव टू रिमेंबर. सो एक सिंपल पिच स्ट्रक्चर को ये इंपॉर्टेंट 5 क्वेश्चंस एड्रेस करना बहुत जरूरी है. Digital professional identity. Moving beyond, another again very important thing that is important to remember is आजकल even before you meet someone, or sometimes you don't meet face to face or personally at all, your digital professional identity is extremely important as your first impression to a larger audience, and it might not necessarily just also be audience जो आपको जानते हो या जिनको आप intend कर रहे हो. आपका LinkedIn पे आपका if your profile is open, people whom you might not know about at all can see your profile and have a certain kind of first impression about you. So your digital professional identity, आप जिस तरह से email भेज रहे हैं, अगर आप एक unknown investor को या stakeholder को email भेज रहे हैं, your email is the first impression that person has about you, and first impressions matter, they are very important. So your digital professional identity must be very clear in terms of how is it that you want to develop your personal branding. That personal branding का मतलब जरूरी नहीं है कि आप LinkedIn पे रोज पोस्ट कर रहे हैं या आप हर चीज में हर टाइम अपनी तारीफ कर रहे हैं, but it's important कि consistency of vision comes across, in which however you want to position your idea, your product and your personal branding, आप उसके अराउंड एक engagement create करें, एक clarity create करें और एक इमोशनल कनेक्शन क्रिएट करें. आप जो कर रहे हैं वो आपके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट क्यों है. अगर आप एक स्टार्टअप, आपका एक आइडिया है, आप इतना पैशनेटली फील क्यों करते हैं अपने आइडिया के बारे में, कोई आपके आइडिया में क्यों इन्वेस्ट करेगा अगर आप ही उसमें कन्विंस नहीं है, आप ही उसके बारे में पैशनेट नहीं है. तो वो पैशन को देन यू हैव टू बैक इट अप विद a clear perspective, a clear concrete plan of action, and a clear storytelling about why it would emotionally connect, which is what we've been talking about all of this while. And lastly, we come to faculty as ecosystem facilitators. So all of you are here because you are actually not, as faculty members, you are also ecosystem facilitators. We are not just, teaching and learning, but we are also constantly mentoring. We are constantly kind of both ourselves and in collaboration with students, with people around us, colleagues, peers, coming up with ideas. We are nurturing different kinds of enterprises. So it's important that in order to be an ecosystem facilitator, we don't necessarily need to provide an immediate platform or an immediate solution to a student. अगर आपको कोई student आपसे कोई idea लेके आता, जरूरी नहीं कि वो आपका area of expertise हो या आप उसमें immediately उनको एक solution दे सके, but you might be able to put them in touch with the right kinds of people. आप उनको right kind of lead दे सके कि वो किस pathway पे को pursue कर सकते हैं, किसको लिख सकते हैं, किसको contact कर सकते हैं. So these are also important as as ecosystem facilitators, to be able to do that for each other, to be able to create a nurturing ecosystem in which, as I said, being purposive, but also being, helping people around you and the likelihood of them helping you back. So to be able to build those sorts of mutually beneficial networks and relationships which are enduring and which actually expand outwards and would be beneficial for both you and your collaborators. And lastly, just final reflection to wrap it up. As we were saying that, faculty increasingly bridges the gap between knowledge ecosystems and professional ecosystems. So last activity which I would like to leave you with, I hope that you have enjoyed this session and you found it useful in some way. The last key activity that I would like you to kind of, in addition to the two that hopefully the points that you've already made, to make bullet points with regards to what communication and networking skills do you think that students most urgently need support with, whether that is emails writing, whether that is professional confidence, whether that is listening, whether that is presentation skills, professional etiquette. Aapko, in terms of your experience, if you look on your everyday interactions, aapko kya lagta hai as faculty members, what sort of networking or communication skills are most urgently you think students need support with? So हमने तीन activity किया in terms of first about an idea and thinking about in what ways that you can what are the top 3 people that you would like to approach. The second activity that you had is about thinking of any professional or opportunity which one might have come to you through your wider network. And finally, the third activity in which it would be helpful to reflect upon what kind of skills, communication skills, do you think the students that you mentor would most benefit from in terms of getting help with. So hopefully through these, through the sessions that we have covered today, going back, you would be able to bring these 3 activities, the points that you have made, and bring them all together with regards to कि किस तरह से networking or communication networks के through आपको कोई आइडिया मिला है जो आपका खुद का या किसी और का इम्पोर्टेंट आपको सिग्निफिकेंट लगा है. कौन लोग हैं जो इस इकोसिस्टम में आप जिनको अप्रोच करना चाहेंगे, कौन लोग हैं जिनके थ्रू आपको कम्युनिकेशन में के थ्रू हेल्प मिली है, और किस तरह से these are कौन सी skills हैं जो आप you would like to benefit and pass on to your students further in order to help them nurture them further in the startup ecosystem. And this is the last slide, so I'm going to stop here. I genuinely hope that you found this interesting and it has been of some help to you. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience.
Now, as we come to the end of this session, of the insightful session, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Priyasha Kohl for sharing her valuable knowledge, experiences, and perspective with us. Ma'am, your session was highly enriching, thought-provoking, and immensely beneficial for all the participants. Your insights and academic expertise have given us a deeper understanding of the subject and inspired us to think more critically and analytically.
I would also like to thank all the participants, faculty members, organizers, and the technical team for their support and active participation in making this session successful. Once again, sincere thanks to Dr. Priyasha Cole for taking out time from her busy schedule to be with us today. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you, ma'am. Rakesh, sir.
Rashmi, thank you, Dr. Rakesh. My pleasure.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rakesh, sir, for giving me opportunity to give vote of thanks.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So we'll be starting our next session in a while.
Please.
Allow me a second, please. So हमारे रिसोर्स पर्सन नेक्स्ट जुड़ चुके हैं हमारे साथ. So I request the yes sir. 1 second. Who is going to introduce the next resource person? I have assigned the responsibility to someone.
Dr. Rakesh,
Yes, ma'am.
shall I start?
Yeah, please. Sorry. Yeah, ma'am. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So today's day 3, we have reached the last session, which is about the life skills, problem solving, creativity, and interpersonal skill development. This session will be taken up by Professor Dr. Sandeep Kumar Goyal. Since morning, we are discussing about entrepreneurial skills and competencies, which are very important, which help students to build confidence, creativity, become good leaders, and also give them decision-making abilities. Developing these skills and honing them at the same time prepares them to take business opportunities and become job providers. So before we start, I put the mic to Dr. Goyal. I just want to introduce you all. I take the privilege of introducing Professor Dr. Sandeep Kumar Goyalji, who is a professor at Department of Commerce, Acharya Narendra Dev College, University of Delhi. He is a diligent teacher with specialization in finance, accounting, entrepreneurship, with a teaching experience of over 26 years to his credit. Professor Goyal actively participates in corporate life of the college. He completed his graduation, that is BCom honors, from the renowned Shriram College of Commerce, MCom and MPhil from the reputed Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Thereafter, he obtained his doctorate degree in commerce from Jamia Millia Islamia, a central university, New Delhi. He has been session chair and co-chair at many national and international conferences, presented research papers at different forums with many best paper presentation awards, and many of his research papers have been published in reputed journals. He has been resource person for workshops and training programs related to accounting, financial planning, financial literacy, and entrepreneurship for the faculties and students from various universities, colleges, and schools. He has vetted the curriculum framework and teacher manual for class 8 to 10 of the new era of entrepreneurial ecosystem and vision scheme of SCERT, Government of NCT of Delhi. He has contributed chapters to and authored and edited a number of books by reputed national and international publishers. He has also written study material for Arjun Singh Center for Distance and Open Learning, Jamia Millia Islamia, and School of Management Studies, Indira Gandhi National Open University, New Delhi. His lectures on the subjects corporate laws, corporate accounting, and business mathematics have been uploaded on the website of School of Open Learning, University of Delhi. Moreover, Professor Goyal is an honorary founder director at ANBC in Startup Foundation, funded by the Government of NCT, New Delhi, executive member, Indian Accounting Association, Delhi chapter, joint secretary, Indian Commerce Association, Delhi NCR chapter, recognized PhD supervisor with one PhD student and research advisory committee member for 3 PhD students from Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics. So please join me in welcoming Professor Sandeep Kumar Goel sir to share his rich experience with all of us.
Thank you
Over
so
to you,
much,
sir.
Dr. Seema Sharma, for very warm introduction.
Thank you.
Okay, so Dr. Rakesh, can I start the session?
Yes, sir. Please, please, please.
Okay, so let me share my screen first.
Sure, sir.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. And now I need to do slideshow. Just give me a minute. I think slideshow may create problem. Okay. So a very good afternoon to all the participants. First of all, I would like to thank organizers for this short-term course, that is Malviya Mission Teachers Training Center, DAVV Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya Indore, School of Management HRTC and Atal Innovation Center Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University Delhi, especially Dr. Rakesh Kumar Gupta ji, to give me an opportunity to share my experiences related to this topic: life skills, problem solving, creativity, and interpersonal skills development. And because we are here in a short-term course on Indian startup ecosystem, innovation and venture creation. So I will discuss this topic, that is life skills, problem solving, creativity and interpersonal skills development in the context of Indian startup ecosystem, innovation and venture creation. Okay. So now before proceeding further, so first of all, I would like to ask, what do you mean by life skills, and how, and as the topic itself suggests, okay, problem solving, creativity, interpersonal skills development, they come under life skills, and why these life skills are important for each and every one of us, and especially the entrepreneur. So any idea what is your understanding about life skills, and why this problem solving, creativity and interpersonal skill development comes under the category of life skills? Any participant would like to respond?
So these are the skills which we need to be, at least we can use this in our life, personal life, to be successful in life.
Very good, very good. Nice response. See, life skills are those skills which are required to meet your daily demands, day-to-day demands, in order to be successful at a place where you are. For example, all of you are attending this session, okay, right now. And how you can make best utilization of this, let us say, next 80 minutes, that depends on life skills which you have acquired, and even to understand what life skills are still lacking, so that you can work on to improve those life skills. So we, in order to make optimum utilization of resources, in order to contribute to the best of our efforts, definitely we need life skills. Okay, so we proceed further. So when we come to definition, life skills are the essential practical abilities needed to effectively handle the challenges, demands, and opportunity of everyday life. So, as you all know, every challenge is an opportunity. So when some challenge comes to you, you take it as opportunity, you generate an idea, do some problem solving, and this is something very much related to the life skills, and all these are the essential qualities which must be there in an entrepreneur. The World Health Organization defines life skills as abilities for adaptive and positive behavior. So when problems come, we should not creep. We should be able to find out the solution. We should be able to we should be able to behave the positively, so that we come with a good solution that enable individuals to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of life. UN defines life skills as they encompass a mix of personal behaviors, interpersonal abilities, and functional knowledge. So even the functional knowledge, the conceptual knowledge also, that comes under your life skills, that helps you navigate daily situations. तो अनएक्सपेक्टेड एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी सिचुएशन में तो लाइफ स्किल्स काम आएंगे ही, बाकी डेली आपके लाइफ में मतलब डेली अपनी जिंदगी को ठीक से बिताने के लिए यू नीड लाइफ स्किल्स. मैनेज योर वेल-बीइंग एंड इंटरेक्ट सक्सेसफुली विद अदर्स. So thus we can say life skills are essential practical abilities, behaviors, and knowledge that empower individuals to effectively navigate daily challenges, manage their well-being, and interact successfully with others. Now, how these problem-solving, creativity, and interpersonal skills, they come under life skills, and how they are relevant for entrepreneurs. So a little bit discussion on this. As you all know, India today is one of the world's largest and fastest growing startup ecosystem, supported by initiatives such as Startup India, Atal Innovation Mission, Digital India, UPI, Aadhaar, incubators, accelerators, venture capital, and a large youth population. The Indian entrepreneurial landscape has transformed dramatically. However, technology, funding, and business models alone do not create successful ventures. So you may have sufficient funds, but you may not be a good team leader. So some sort of, you can say, conflict, friction among the co-founders you might have noticed. So that comes, and ultimately the startup fails. So this is the situation. So technology, funding, business models, although these things are very important, but in addition to these, or together with all these essential components, you need life skills. The true foundation of sustainable entrepreneurship lies in life skills. And which three life skills we are talking about? Problem solving, creativity, and innovation. Although the topic is creativity, but you know, creativity and innovation, they go hand in hand. And interpersonal skills. So these life skills convert ideas into impact, failures into learning. So here you require creativity. How you can treat your failure as a learning, and so that these failures will not reoccur in future. And teams into visionary organizations. So teams into visionary organizations. You have example of Infosys. So this is something where interpersonal skills are very important. The leader, the team leader, the essential skills acquired by the team leader are very important to convert teams into visionary organizations. Now, just see this clip. So basically, as Jack Ma, you have heard basically so many people are worrying about their future, so many problems. And as I have already told, every problem is an opportunity. So you just see why the peoples are worried, what are basically their problems, and just try to solve those problems. So problem solving is one of the essential life skill as far as entrepreneur is concerned, and he should focus on just solving the problems faced by others. And from there, basically the entrepreneurship starts. So now coming to problem solving, Problem solving is the cognitive process of navigating challenges, identifying obstacles, and executing effective solutions. Why problem solving is important? Because it shifts your mindset from passive frustration. तो होता है ना, कभी मुसीबत आ गई और फिर हम उसको फ्रस्ट्रेट हो रहे हैं कि ये तो मेरे हाथ में नहीं है, मैं कुछ नहीं कर पाऊंगा. तो ऐसा ना होकर टू एक्टिव रिजोल्यूशन. We should try to find out the solution, allowing you to make informed decisions under pressure. And how we can develop these problem solving skills? To break down complex issues into smaller actionable steps. तो अगर पूरी कॉम्प्लेक्स प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करेंगे तो समटाइम्स इट मे नॉट बी पॉसिबल फॉर अस. तो वी हैव टू ब्रेक इट इन basically smaller components and actionable steps. Practice analyzing what caused the problem instead of reacting impulsively. So, cause of the problem. Rather than focusing on problem itself, you should focus on root cause of the problem. Why this problem is being created. For example, sometimes the startup basically fail because of lack of funds available. Cash is not available. Okay. The root cause may not be lack of funds. It may be basically lack of interpersonal skills. It may be lack of creativity. It may be lack of problem solving. So if you say, okay, the lack of funds is the cause of failure of this startup, so that is not true. The problem, the failure lies in the causes of this. Why the lack of funds are available? Because you might not be solving a problem properly. Creativity may not be there. Friction in the team may be there. To causes, and then if we analyze, if we study the causes, then definitely we will be able to solve the problem. Evaluate the outcomes of your decisions so you can learn from them. Now just hear this. Okay. So basically how the problem is being converted into an opportunity. So this is also one example, and you must be aware about n number of such examples. We are just trying to study few of them and how the problem solving. The problem was his trip plan was cancelled basically, and he thought how to automate this, and so that the people who may be facing these problems may be able to get easy solution for that. And that's how he has developed his startup. Now, problem solving framework. So I have although talked about earlier also how to solve the problem. So for solving the problem, basically we have to take certain steps. So what are those steps? The first one is identify the problem. So as I have told you, what is the root cause of the problem? Basically, that comes as a second step. To clearly define the specific issue or the gap between the current situation and the desired goal. Analyze root causes, investigate the underlying factors creating the problem so you can treat the sources rather than just the symptoms. Generate alternatives. Then you have to brainstorm a diverse range of potential solution or workarounds without immediate judgment. Evaluate options to assess the pros and cons feasibility and potential impact of each proposed solution to select the best path forward. Implement solutions, put the chosen option into action by executing a structured and well-defined plan. And then obviously you have to review the outcomes. To monitor the results to verify that problem is actually resolved and to capture lessons learned for future challenges. Now coming to problem solving framework for entrepreneurs, how entrepreneurs normally observe problem, how entrepreneurs normally solve problem. The problem solving is not a step, it is a mindset. So entrepreneurs, they have the problem solving mindset, and for developing this kind of mindset, they observe deeply. To observe deeply means understand pain points through field interaction. What is bothering consumers most? Why consumer is not satisfied? So that is basically observe deeply. Define the core problem. Avoid superficial symptoms. Ideate multiple solutions. We have discussed this framework basically, but we are now discussing it in the context of entrepreneurs problem solving framework. So ideate multiple solutions to encourage divergent thinking, prototype quickly, to fail fast. So as Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam has rightly said, fail, FAIL. So this is first attempt in learning. So startups are supposed to fail. There is no problem in that. But fail fast, learn faster. तो जितना जल्दी फेल हो जाएंगे उतना अच्छा होगा, जल्दी सीखेंगे और जल्दी प्रोग्रेस होगी. Gather feedback. Customer feedback becomes innovation fuel. Pivot if needed. Adaptability. This is also one of the life skills basically. When we talk about even interpersonal skills, so adaptability is something which is very essential. So when we talk about entrepreneurs, when they try to solve problem, they need to observe deeply, define the core problem, ideate multiple solutions, prototype quickly, gather feedback, pivot if needed. So this is about how entrepreneurs solve problem. Now, as you all know, Ratan Tata has rightly said, I don't believe in taking right decisions. I take decisions and then make them right. So few people may be in favor of this quotation, few people may be against this quotation. So why basically, if you wait for the perfect data, your competitor beats you to the market. तो आप इंतजार ही कर रहे हैं बेस्ट होगा जब ही मैं कुछ करूंगा, तो कई बार होता है कुछ कर ही नहीं पाएंगे. बट इफ यू एग्जीक्यूट अ बैड आइडिया फास्ट, यू बर्न यूर फंडिंग. तो अब जल्दी फेल होना है, लेकिन इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि फेल ही होना है, कि जो पैसा है वो सब बर्न कर दिया. तो दिस इज अगेन नॉट गुड. तो नाउ वी आर डूइंग अ स्मॉल एक्सरसाइज, which is worse, being too slow or being too reckless. तो मतलब हम बेस्ट को ही ढूंढ रहे हैं तभी करेंगे, या फिर जल्दबाजी में करेंगे और फिर कोशिश करेंगे जो किया वो ठीक हो जाए. ठीक है, तो टाइप एग्री और डिसएग्री इन द चैट बॉक्स. all of you are supposed to type agree or disagree. matlab whosoever is agreeing to this quotation, I do not believe in taking right decisions. I take decisions and then make them right. So if you believe that okay, Ratan Tata has rightly said this, so then just write agree. And if you believe this is not right, we should wait, we should not hurry up, and then definitely you write disagree in the chat box. So just I'm giving you a minute for this, and then we will conclude this activity. I hope you people are writing. Chat. Okay, let me see. Agree 2, 3, just 3 agree and 1 or 2 disagree. So are you actually listening to me or not? सुन भी रहे हैं आप सभी या नहीं? तो please write in the
Yes,
chat
sir,
box.
सुन रहे हैं.
Please just write in the chat box. So this is the way we people try to see actually how many of you are actually listening. So can any one of you who has written agree can explain why he or she is agreeing to this quotation, and if you have written disagree, then why you are basically disagreeing to this quotation. Can any one of you, one volunteer for agree or disagree, who can unmute his or her mic and then explain? Although I have given hints earlier.
Hello.
Yes, yes, please.
I think this quote is very much motivative for all the Indians, that I don't believe in taking right decisions, but I take decisions and then make them right, because the main focus is on decision. Because if you remain, even if you are not taking right decision, but you can correct them with your some strategies, some small objectives, and you can make, means that you have mentioned key problem is the opportunity. So you can convert that situation, that wrong decision, into the some opportunity with the stable mind and the right steps towards the objective.
Very good, Dr. Gayatri, for very nice inputs. Anyone more volunteer, especially for disagree? किसी को लगता है ये quotation ठीक नहीं है, तो क्यों ठीक नहीं है? Okay, so let me proceed further. So see, by doing activities like this, whether you agreed or disagreed, both perspectives highlight a critical truth. Extremes are fatal. मतलब बहुत जल्दी भी नहीं करनी है और बहुत लेट भी नहीं करना है. If you voted agree, you rightly recognize that, as Dr. Gayatri has rightly put, perfect data rarely exist early on. शुरू में सब कुछ perfect नहीं होता है. Waiting too long leads to missed opportunities. So if we keep on waiting, then we will lose the opportunity. Our competitors will beat us. Speed and agility are your best assets. If you voted disagree, you correctly understand that startups have limited resources. Reckless execution without calculated risk burns funding fast. The ideal approach lies in the middle. Treat decisions like strong hypothesis, make an informed, calculated leap quickly to avoid analysis paralysis, but possesses the operational agility to course correct and make it right along the way. Now, this completes our problem solving aspect. Now, coming to creativity. So, what is creativity? All those okay, let me go to previous slide. Any one of you, what is creativity? What is your understanding about creativity? Who will respond? What is creativity? Very simple thing.
New that doesn't exist, but that comes out of your critical thinking.
Okay, very good. So for creativity, something new that doesn't exist, and it comes out of your critical thinking. So this is what you are saying. Any other input? To see, sometimes we define, especially in the context of entrepreneurship, creativity not as something very new. So sometimes that is invention. When we do something which is not existing, we discover something. It is basically, creativity is how you do things differently. How you do things differently based on your specialization, and definitely critical thinking, critical analysis that you have very rightly put. तो क्रिएटिविटी गोज फार बियॉन्ड आर्टिस्टिक एबिलिटी. तो यहाँ क्रिएटिविटी से मतलब ये नहीं है आर्टिस्टिक एबिलिटी. इट इज द कैपेसिटी टू थिंक आउटसाइड द बॉक्स. So thinking outside the box, okay, that way you can put it is thinking something new. But that new is related to the things which are actually present. Approach situations from fresh angles. So this is something, approach situations from fresh angles and invent novel ways of doing things. Why this creativity is important? Creativity is the engine for effective problem solving. So now you can see the link. So once we try to solve the problem, we are using a framework, but for solving the problem, we need creativity. It is how well we try to find solution of that problem. It helps you pivot when traditional methods fail and allow you to adapt to new situations with agility. How to develop creativity? To cultivate curiosity by asking questions. So if that is something which is related to that critical analysis or critical thinking, so you try to ask questions, you try to question everything that is being presented to you. Engaging in brainstorming sessions without self-judgment. To let people say, let come out with the best thing. Just discuss. You know what is brainstorming. And exposing yourself to diverse perspectives and fields outside your comfort zone. Now, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam has rightly said, learning gives creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking leads to knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. So you can very well see this creativity is a bridge between learning and greatness. So when we learn something, that learning gives creativity, creativity leads to thinking, and this thinking leads to knowledge. So this is something which is very important, whether we are running a startup or we are taking a class or we are doing any sort of work in whatever job we are. So we have to be creative because problems will come. It is our approach, how to do things differently, how to do things innovatively. So that will basically differentiate between successful and unsuccessful people. That will differentiate between stressed and basically the people who are very calm, the people who are very happy, the people who are very satisfied with their job. So now coming to creativity process. So how we can develop creativity, we have discussed earlier also. So for creativity process, when we are trying to do something differently, so what is first step? Preparation. So you need to collect data. The rigorous phase of gathering data, researching the problem, and deeply understanding the rules of the system you are trying to change. So this is the very first step of creativity process. Then the second step comes incubation. So what is this incubation? Stepping away from the problem. अब प्रॉब्लम से पीछे हटेंगे, सॉल्यूशन की तरफ सोचेंगे. The conscious mind rests while unconscious mind processes the data and attempts to forge new corrections. So this is, as you all know, why the best ideas often happen in the shower or during a walk. Illumination. This is the third step of creativity, the aha moment. Okay, this is the best solution. Oh yes, the sudden realization of a solution as the unconscious connection surfaces to the conscious mind. Then what the solution which you have found, the solution which you have worked on, you have to verify, is it an actual solution? So the rigorous testing of the idea. Does this creative solution actually work in the real world? Can it be executed? So this is basically the creativity process. Now, when we talk about startups, what kind of creativity we see? Product creativity, new products and services, the products which were not existing. So we have found so many products, and then that basically is related to product creativity. Process creativity, like Redbus example, the booking, earlier it was manual, now they automated it. So better delivery logistics. Marketing creativity, viral campaigns, financial creativity, subscription or freemium model, social creativity, community-led solutions. So this is what kind of creativity we can look in startups. And we have n number of examples for all these types of creativity. Now we take an example, Jiroda, how creativity has been done, how Jiroda has used creativity to solve a genuine problem. To just see what this what is the purpose or mission of Jiroda. Our mission is to empower retail traders and investors with technology. Which problem they identified? Traditional stockbroking. In traditional stockbroking, there was problem of high commission, limited accessibility, complexity. They did innovation, discount broking, flat discount, basically flat discount they offered, simple user interface, educational financial content also they provided. So this is basically innovation they did. They tried to solve a problem the retail investor was facing to buy or sell the stocks. What is the creativity element in Jirodha's approach? What they did differently? Just try to understand that. Simplicity as innovation. So their approach, their app is very simple. Democratization of investing. So it means their app seems to be by the trader of the trader. So they have done this democratization of the basically stock trading. So this is an example which we have considered of Jiroda, how creativity element has been used to solve a problem, and that is something which is very important for all startups. Now, often we think creativity only means inventing a brand new technology. Although inventing a brand new technology is also creativity, you are thinking out of the box, you are doing something new. But Mr. Ratan Tata reminds us that you can innovate a process. To even changing the process, the same product is being produced. That also comes under creativity. So now again for you people, there is an activity for let us say next 5 minutes. Name one successful Indian startup that didn't invent anything new, but simply delivered an existing service much faster or better. तो आप सभी को क्या करना है? एक ऐसा स्टार्टअप सोचेंगे जिसने कुछ नया नहीं किया, simply delivered an existing service, the service which was earlier being given, but the same service is delivered much faster or in a better manner to solve the customer pain points, to give more utility, more value to the customer. And if any one of you can unmute his or her mic to just give inputs on this question straight away, then he or she is also welcomed. Otherwise, in the chat box, just write one successful Indian startup that didn't invent anything new, but simply delivered an existing service much faster or better. Oyo, Uber, Rapido, very good. Zomato, okay. I am expecting more responses. Flipkart, very good. Blinkit. And who can just explain now? Any one or two volunteers? How, let us say, Oyo or how Blinkit has simply delivered an existing service much faster or better?
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
May I?
Yeah, please.
Sir, I have taken the example of Flipkart.
In 2007, I feel Flipkart has not started anything. The concept was of online e-commerce business was already existing by Amazon. So Flipkart just did one thing new, that it it applied it in the Indian market, which was a new market, and so I feel the business model was quite similar. So in even then, Flipkart become quite successful, and later we saw Mintra and Zebong, so many Snapdeal and so many other online platforms for the e-commerce.
Very good, very good. So as you have talked, your inputs are very valuable, very aptly answered. But now see, when you have talked about Flipkart, okay,
Yes.
one essential speciality of Flipkart, can you or anyone of you remember Flipkart क्यों सक्सेसफुल हुआ इतना? कस्टमर को क्या सबसे ज्यादा परेशानी थी जो फ्लिपकार्ट ने सॉल्व की? Any idea? Can anyone respond? Because I will also talk about Flipkart a little later. Cash on delivery. So e-commerce companies were there, the customer lacked trust.
Okay,
सब
sir.
कुछ था इनिशियली, लेकिन कस्टमर खरीदने को तैयार नहीं था. So what Flipkart introduced, basically the cash on delivery model, and that was the basic cause of success of, you can say, Flipkart. Okay, so we will
Okay,
take
thank
this
you.
example even later on.
Thank you.
Any one more volunteer? Any
Excuse
more?
me, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, we may also take the example of Meesho in that context, because
Very good.
Meesho primarily operated in tier 3 and tier 4 cities, and the USP Meesho is having is a very affordable range. Like all other platforms were having somewhat premium ranges, but Meesho is the most affordable platform, and it has ventured into tier 3, tier 4 cities. So that's, I think it's a major, although it has not invented or done anything new, but has built upon the existing processes.
Very true, very true. And the uniqueness is affordability, as you have rightly put. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ira. Huh.
The same with urban company
Rapido.
also.
Yeah, one more response.
Sir, Rapido also.
Yeah,
Sir,
please, sir.
Rapido, they introduced the bike ride. They introduced. It was not there in Uber and Ola.
Very good, very good, very good. Yeah, so the same service, the service was basically, we need to commute, okay, we need something on hire, so, but the bike was not earlier available, and then Rapido started. Very true, very true. Thank you. Now proceeding further,
Sir,
okay.
same with urban company. Am I audible,
Yeah.
sir?
So urban company,
Yeah.
I have also written about urban company.
Yes.
Clear? So three possible responses. I will also talk a little bit. So if we talk about Jepto, what is speciality, creativity element as far as Jepto is concerned? Hyper local delivery in 10 minutes. Hyper local delivery. So solving the last mile puzzle faster and smarter. And when we talk about supply chain efficiency, so we can take example of Swiggy. So building efficient networks, dark stores, vendor systems, and real-time operations. So Swiggy's strong restaurant network and delivery orchestration. And then you were also talking about urban company. So what is a specialty? What actually urban company is doing? Designing simple, reliable, and delightful experiences that users love. So urban companies trust, even up in Flipkart, the trust we talked about. So this trust and transparency is something which is very important, and easy booking experience. Clear? So what is creativity? The key takeaway here is creativity in venture creation isn't just about writing new code, matlab doing something new which has not been done earlier. So that is not something actually required. So it is about reimagining how things are done better, faster, and smarter. So if you make things better, if you make things smarter, if you make things faster, then definitely you are creative, because actually you are doing things differently. So now we are talking about think smarter. So just listen to this clip.
There is no voice.
So see, basically, okay, this clip talks about how Paperboat has used both problem solving as well as creativity, and that has led to its success. Now coming to third aspect of our topic, that is interpersonal skills, and this is something which is very important. So interpersonal skills, often referred to as people skills, are the abilities required to communicate effectively, build healthy relationships, and collaborate with others. Why interpersonal skills are important? Because no skill operates in a vacuum. Empathy, active listening. So just in the very beginning, I said basically to make this session useful for you people, you must also have the life skill, that is one of the interpersonal skill, that is active listening. And when you respond, I should also listen actively. So this is something which is important. Empathy is something which is important. Conflict resolution, allow you to understand others, share your ideas clearly, and work harmoniously in personal and professional settings. So now developing interpersonal skills is something which is very difficult, but they can be developed. So we have to understand how to develop interpersonal skills. Practice active listening by focusing entirely on the speaker without planning your response while they talk. So sometimes see the speaker is presenting something and we try to basically make our mind, okay, what I will ask. So that will basically not allow you to have the active listening. Active listening is something which is very important. Focus on validating others' emotion. You know, that is called empathy. And learn to give and receive constructive feedback gracefully. Now, interpersonal skills, strong interpersonal skills are the foundation of entrepreneurial success. So no startup, no entrepreneur can be successful unless and otherwise he has strong interpersonal skills. They directly influence on your ability to secure funding. For securing funding, you have to pitch basically before the investor. So there you need interpersonal skills. You must have observed on the Shark Tank, few participants, few startups, they have good interpersonal skills, and they definitely can get, they were funded properly by those sharks. But sometimes because they argue, they do not accept those criticism gracefully, so they find problems there. Build a resilient team and establish lasting customer loyalty. So for customer loyalty, timeless customer loyalty, resilient team, you must have interpersonal skills. Ultimately, technical skills may open doors, but the ability to communicate, empathize, and collaborate determines whether a venture scales or fails. So when we talk about interpersonal skills, active listening is one of the most important interpersonal skills. So founders often spend too much time pitching and too little time listening. तो जब इन्वेस्टर बोल रहा है तो उसकी सुनेंगे ना कि क्या कमी है आपके स्टार्टअप में. दिस इज समथिंग विच इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. तो सुनने की हम कोशिश नहीं करते, अपना पिच हम देंगे बहुत अच्छे से, तो फिर उससे पर्पस सर्व नहीं होगा. Active listening means fully focusing on the speaker, understanding their perspective, and responding thoughtfully. Why this active listening matters? It helps you uncover the real pain points of your customers. Understand investor concerns. So when you listen actively to the customer, you will definitely find the problems customers are facing with your product, or problems faced by the potential customer by products which are being served, which are being sold by your competitors. Understand investor concerns. So when you pitch, then definitely investor may raise certain questions, observations, apprehensions, So you have to understand all those concerns that will make your startup more meaningful, that will give more meaning to your startup and more higher chance of success in the times to come. And identify friction within your team before it escalates. Interpersonal skills, concise communication. So basically, sometimes communication is not sometimes communication is always very important, and good communication, concise communication solves half of the problem. So clear and concise communication, whether you are presenting to investors, writing an email to a supplier, or explaining a vision to your co-founders, clarity is critical. So how you can develop, why it matters, why this concise communication is important? It eliminates ambiguity, aligns your team on common goals, and ensures stakeholders understand exactly what you need from them. Now just listen to this. Okay. So any observation? Can any one of you just explain what is being said in this clip?
Sir, it was not audible actually, the audio.
Okay. किसी को भी नहीं सुनाई दिया? None of you was able to hear this.
No,
I
sir,
think-
it was not
No,
audible.
sir.
But we tried to read the captions which were coming alongside.
Okay. Earlier also you were not able to hear.
No, sir. No, sir. It's not audible.
Okay. So there might be some problem. Okay. Okay. So basically in this also it is being said that 50% of your value is increased if you basically communicate, if you learn good communication, concise communication. So investing in learning communication skills is something which is very important. So now coming to emotional intelligence, interpersonal skills, emotional intelligence. So empathy and emotional intelligence, and that is measured by EQ, emotional quotient. EQ is the ability to recognize and manage your own emotions as well as understand and influence the emotions of others. So why this EQ matters? Why is it important? High EQ enables you to build trust, navigate high stress negotiations, and support team members through inevitable startup challenges. Empathetic leaders are consistently rated as better at fostering innovation and retaining talent. Then conflict resolution. This is also one of the interpersonal skill that is very important. In a fast-paced venture, disagreements over strategy, product development, or equity are inevitable. So disagreements will definitely be there in startups. So this is not something different to have the disagreements. So they are likely to occur. So why this conflict resolution is important? Instead of avoiding conflict, effective interpersonal skills allow you to address disagreements constructively. This turns potential roadblocks into collaborative problem-solving sessions. So conflict resolution is also one of the important interpersonal skills. Then coming to adaptability and influence. So we talked about adaptability earlier also. So startups rarely follow the original business plan that Ratan Tata quote, I believe in taking decision and then making those decision right. The original business plan may be something and you may be working on some other business plan, making corrections, adapting it, pivoting with the original idea. You will constantly need to convince others to pivot, adopt new tools, or embrace new markets. Why this adaptability and influence matters? The ability to influence and persuade stakeholders without relying solely on authority builds buy-in. तो जबरदस्ती फोर्स से नहीं, उनको परसुएट करेंगे, इन्फ्लुएंस करेंगे, तो दे विल ट्रस्ट यू, दे विल सपोर्ट यू, दे विल कम इन योर सपोर्ट. So it rallies investors and employees around you, changing vision during critical transition. The cost of poor interpersonal skills. So if any founder or any does not have good interpersonal skills, or even in our daily life, if a person does not have good interpersonal skills, so there may be so many problems. He will not be able to communicate properly. There must be conflicts. There will be lack of collaboration. He will not be able to work in teams. So you all know all these points. So let us imagine an organization where employees lack interpersonal skills. So what will happen? Meetings are filled with miscommunication. Emails are passive, and collaboration feels like a constant battle. Employees may avoid confrontation, leading to unresolved conflict that damage productivity. Clients too feel the impact. Poor communication from employees can result in dissatisfaction and loss of business. So this lack of interpersonal skill will ultimately go to your clients also. So they will be able to feel, okay, in this organization, some problems are there. In the long run, a company that neglects interpersonal skill development will face higher turnover, lower engagement, and reduced profitability. Now we can understand the importance of this interpersonal skill development with an example. To just see, the lead developer is calling you and he basically says, the app just crashed and I don't know why. It is 1 hour before your biggest investor pitch. So you are founder of a startup, you are about to make a biggest investor pitch, but your app developer has just called you saying that, sir, the app has crashed and I don't know why. So without overthinking it, type your very first verbal response to them in the chat. तो अगर आप फाउंडर है, if you are founder and you are about to make a pitch, okay, biggest investor pitch, but your app developer has called you saying that the app has crashed. So what will be your response? So just write in the chat box. I'm giving you a minute for this activity. Just write in the chat box what will be your response in this case. Because that will definitely reflect the interpersonal skills. Or if any one of you can just unmute the mic and share his or her experience, response to this particular activity.
May I, sir?
Yes, please.
Sir, as the app has crashed and there is 1 hour to the presentation, I'll just ask the app developer that if there is any backup plan or if we can show them some prototype or show via images, and we say that we are fixing on that, because there is no point in saying that make it work, because if it has crashed, so it will take it time to fix it. But I will not delay the presentation. I will try to have some kind of a PowerPoint based on images of the app or something like that. We'll try. I know that it will not be as effective as the real app, but somehow we'll try to do that.
But okay, as you have said, very nice answer, Dr. Ira. But you have said, okay, it will not be that effective. But what is the most effectiveness in your response? मतलब सबसे ज्यादा फायदा क्या होगा आपकी इस रिस्पॉन्स का?
Sir, it will be like okay, things may backfire, but we need to have that kind of calm and resilience that we are able to present it. So that will show that I trust upon the app builder also.
Yeah,
I'm not
definitely,
shouting upon
definitely.
him because there is no other way out. The technical part has to be dealt with that person only. So
Very
I
good.
have to be like, and it may happen that I would have been the technical person and app may have crashed. So
Okay.
what if I have been, I should put myself in the shoes of that person, and I should also think about myself that no presentation should go on.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
we'll try to together find some solution because he or she is equally involved in the venture. That's what
Very
I
true,
think.
very true, very good, very good. And this way you will develop,
Thanks.
as you have rightly said, the trust of your team. That is team building, interpersonal skills development. You focused on finding out a solution rather than just creeping on the problem itself. And this will definitely encourage your staff to share problems in future much earlier. Okay, because they know they will not face blunt criticism. Okay, so problems may be there, then definitely they will share the problems as and when they occur. So this will definitely, it means if you or any founder is approaching to this problem in this particular manner, he or she is having good interpersonal skills, and which is one of the most essential requirement for success of a startup. Okay, any any one more participant? If some different answer, okay, or even if the same answer differently. Let me see the
Sir,
chat.
I may try to buy some time so that the things get
Okay, okay, okay.
politely.
Yeah.
By talking to them politely, I may get the entire presentation rescheduled for a later date.
Okay, okay. If that works, okay, this can also be one of the answer. This one of the option. But if it is, it is, you can say 100% impossible to make the presentation. No solution is workable. Okay, but earlier Dr. Ira was talking about, let us say, with the images of the app, screenshots of the app in some demo presentation. Matlab, if you can make, it is better to make. And but if you say, then definitely sometimes lack of professionalism will also cost you a lot. Okay, so it's better to get it rescheduled. So that can also be one of the possible response. So this will also build trust with your participants, with your team basically, and definitely this shows good interpersonal skills. Any other response? We will not panic, it reduces confidence. ठीक है. Okay, very good. So now just coming to PowerPoint back. To see two types of responses you can think of. Okay, although both participants and even in the chat box, we found the emotionally intelligent responses. That is the response with good interpersonal relation. Okay, what's the situation? You will ask the app developer about the actual situation. What's our backup plan? Can we use screenshots, demo model? What do you need from me right now? Let us fix it. Keep me updated. So if this kind of response is there, what will be the impact? It will build trust. Team shares problems early. You solve issues faster, stronger, safer. And then panicked or angry responses. Sometimes many founders, they will respond like this. What do you mean? Fix it now. This always happens. Why wasn't this caught earlier? I need it working in 10 minutes. So if your response is like this, then it will create fear. Team hides problems. You hear bad news too late. Mistakes get bigger. So your reaction in the first 30 seconds decides whether your team will ever trust you with bad news again. And if your response is that emotionally intelligent response, so that will develop psychological safety, faster problem solving, a stronger team bond, and better outcomes. Now coming to how to develop strong interpersonal skills. So for developing strong interpersonal skills, practice active listening. So we talked about active listening is one of the most important interpersonal skills. So we should listen actively. To focus on understanding rather than responding. Use body language, nodding, and summarizing to show that you are engaged. Develop emotional intelligence. Recognize your own emotions and learn to manage them effectively. Enhance your communication skills. Be clear and concise in your speech and writing. Adjust your communication style based on your audience. Seek feedback. Ask colleagues and mentors for honest feedback on your interpersonal interactions and act on it. Engage in team activities. Participate in team building exercises to enhance trust and collaboration, and then learn conflict resolution. So this is something we talked earlier. This conflict resolution, for conflict resolution, address issues directly but professionally. Aim for solutions rather than blame. So this is how you can develop interpersonal skills, and this is something which is very important. So now the importance of this interpersonal skills development is very rightly put by N.R. Narayan Murthy, founder of Infosys also. There is only one ingredient for innovation, and that is the power of human mind. As long as a company is able to attract, enable, empower, and retain the best of the brightest, it will have a play. So for attracting, enabling, empowering, retaining the best of the brightest, definitely you need to develop interpersonal skills. You must have trust in your team. So this is something which is very highly important for startups. Now coming to the synergy between problem solving, creativity, and interpersonal skills. So these skills are deeply intertwined. For example, when conflicts arise, a common part of life, you use interpersonal skills to communicate calmly, creativity to brainstorm out of box, compromises and problem solving to finalize and implement the best solution. So you must have seen the problem solving, creativity, and interpersonal skills. All the three are very much related to each other. They are intervened. Now, last activity for this session, think of any startup you would like to think. I will give you 5 minutes for this activity, and just either unmute and just say, speak up on the problem solving, creativity, and team building. You say team building initiatives, interpersonal skills development initiatives of that startup. So how life skills, or just you can say how life skills are demonstrated by that startup. To think of any one startup, 3 life skills we have talked about: problem solving, creativity, interpersonal skills development. In interpersonal skills development, we have talked about many skills, just like active listening, collaboration, adaptability, resilience, so many things. So you are supposed to take an example of a startup, how these 3 skills, problem solving, creativity, and interpersonal skills are reflected in the approach, in the business model, in the working of that startup. So just after 5 minutes, I will give you time to either you can write in the chat box or just unmute your mic and you can say what is your response. So try to be a little bit, basically try to write in a little bit detail how problem solving skills, creativity, and you can say interpersonal skills are demonstrated by that particular startup. And if any one of you completes much earlier, then he or she is quite welcome to unmute the mic and just respond to the question I raised. Think of a startup which problem solving, how problem solving, creativity, and interpersonal skills are demonstrated in the working of that startup. Or simply how the life skills are being demonstrated by that startup. Anyone ready with the response?
Sir, Paytm.
Paytm, okay. So just explain.
Actually, the Paytm was not as popular as now. Then the demonetization came in. So what happened? They solved basic problems of mobile wallet, QR payment. So that is related to problem solving. So we had a problem. They tried to solve it. Then critical thinking, I would say, because they found opportunity in demonetization as well as in this COVID and all those cardless payment. I mean, sorry, cashless payment. All those things. So they would have thought about smartphone adoption of payments. Then they have shifted towards digital finance and all those things because of the critical thinking. Then personal skill, we get information, we have customer relationship, we have collaborations with, they have collaboration with banks and other government agencies so that the transaction is completed in time, and if there is any problem, it will be communicated clearly.
Okay. Any more input about Paytm? You have very rightly said. See, in Paytm also they gave, when this Paytm payment bank controversy started, so they showed resilience. Many people said, you must be aware about that KYC issue. RBI ने बैन किया था ना कि अब मोबाइल वॉलेट नहीं चलेगा पेटीएम का, तो बहुत many people said कि पेटीएम तो बंद हो जाएगा, खत्म हो जाएगा. But now how the Paytm has shown resilience, it is still working, you can say, in most efficient manner, although that wallet service is not available. So that is also one of the interpersonal skill, that is adaptability, agility, resilience. So that is quite well demonstrated. Paytm also cares about their employees. So you can see the share prices which were issued IPO. When the IPO came, the employees were given shares at a discounted price. You must have observed this. So this is basically how this interpersonal skills, creativity, and problem solving has been demonstrated by, or we can say the life skills have been demonstrated by Paytm. Very good. Thank you, Ajesh. Any other response? I need at least one more response.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, I want to take the example of a Pune-based startup that is basically using the sugar cane, that is basically selling the sugar cane juice. And they have
Okay.
made a machine. The name of the startup is Cane Boat. Might be some of you might know it. And what they are doing, they have identified a problem that sugar cane juice is available everywhere, but it is available mostly in hygienic manner, and on the roads it is available. So many people actually want it, but because of the hygiene issue they are not preferring it. So and sugarcane juice is something which is required to be means taken immediately, or to be consumed immediately. It cannot be means kept for a long hours. So that's the problem they identified, Cane Boat जो founders हैं. And then so I saw that I personally have seen in one of the mall in Pune that machine has been placed, and it is having sugar cane pieces inside the machine only. It is like a small ATM kind of, you can say it's a small Almira kind of machine where the sugarcane pieces are kept inside the machines, and along with certain flavors like mint and lemon and ginger. Whenever you are putting order, it is contactless. Only a person is standing there just for the observation, and no contact with the juice, no human contact. Only the machine is bringing the juice in the glass and you are taking it. So I saw it this as one of the important means one of the thing which we have seen since our childhood, that okay कि sugar cane juice is available, but हम सड़क पे नहीं कहते कि बहुत ज्यादा धूल है, गंदगी है, तो we just try to avoid it. So they have observed this thing and they have tried to solve this problem with some creativity, and I have seen that machine from inside also in the mall itself. So the everything was very much clean, and they have put different parts for mixing the flavors whatever you want. And the so I feel that in this way they have done the problem solving and creativity part. And in regard to the interpersonal skills, so basically, I feel they have connected well with the farmers of Maharashtra. Right now, I'm not aware that whether that machine is available in other states also or not. But in because in Maharashtra, sugarcane production is quite high amount. So they have well connected with the farmers. They have approached them. They have listened their problems, issues of irrigations and warehousing and all, and thus they have tried to ensure that year along supply of the sugar cane will be there. So I think in this manner they have chased this issue of interpersonal. They have used their interpersonal skills to solve this problem of which is there in our surrounding. So,
Very
sir,
good, very good. Great example.
thank you,
Okay,
sir.
very good, very good. All the three skills, basically problem solving, creativity, and interpersonal skills, you have linked to this startup example very well. Very
Thank
good.
you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So see now, just trying to show you two examples which I have written. Flipkart. You all know Flipkart solving trust deficit in e-commerce. So how the problem solving, what problem basically the customers were facing. So earlier Indian consumers hesitated to buy online because they feared fraud, lacked digital payment confidence, preferred physical inspection, innovative solution, cash on delivery. We talked about this earlier also. Easy return policies. तो कितनी बार ऑर्डर कर देते हैं ना कि समझ नहीं आएगा तो वापस कर देंगे. तो ये कन्वीनियंस एट कस्टमर, बेसिकली customer centric logistic, which life skills have been demonstrated by Flipkart over the years. Customer empathy. So this cash on delivery, easy return policy, this is something related to customer empathy. stepping into shoes of customer pain points, and they have solved them properly. Adaptive problem solving, decision making under uncertainty. So when nobody was giving this cash on delivery option, so they took this basically bold step. So learning entrepreneur must solve the real problem, not merely the visible one. So key takeaways from this example, we can say trust is the foundation of any successful business. Solve for trust and everything else follows. Another Paytm we have discussed, so there is no point in taking it again, but basically some different points. Agility has been demonstrated by Paytm, opportunity recognition, as sir has rightly talked about, demonetization, even COVID period, fast decision making, communication skills, problem solving. So the key takeaway here is challenges do not stop progress. They create new paths. So like that RBI intervention, RBI ban on mobile wallet of Paytm, I narrated. Now coming to conclusion of this presentation, so sustainable entrepreneurship relies on core human life skills, not just technology and funding. Problem solving, creativity, interpersonal skills are essential life skills which are required for developing sustainable entrepreneurship. The successful founders target root cause like Flipkart targeted COD to solve trust issues, turn crisis into opportunities. For example, Paytm, the demonetization or COVID crisis, and balance calculated speed with caution to avoid analysis paralysis. So this is something related to again that Ratan Tata quote, I take decision and then make those decisions right. Now, coming to creativity, innovation often means better execution rather than a brand new invention. Startups thrive on process efficiency like Swiggy, Jepto. We discussed many examples, and using simplicity as a competitive advantage like Jiroda. Interpersonal skills to emotional intelligence, that is EQ, and active listening dictate team survival. Reacting calmly to bad news, we did that activity, builds psychological safety, allowing team to surface and solve problems faster while empowering top talent. Ultimately, these skills are deeply intertwined. Navigating a startup's unpredictable path requires combining calm communication, creative compromise. So this is something combining calm communication, creative compromise, and practical problem solving. Again, both these three terms are related to your problem solving, creativity, and interpersonal skills. So thank you. Now you can give more inputs if you wish, or if you want to ask something from here, from me basically, or so you can ask. If any one of you would like to give his or her inputs related to this topic, I might not have covered some portion, or if you want to ask something, you can very well ask. We have 5 to 7 more minutes for this session. If any one of you would like to ask something. It was pleasure for me in interacting with you people, the very, you can say, intelligent audience, active, interacting audience. Usually I do not find in many FDPs, but here the participants deserve a big round of applause. So basically, as and when we did activities, many meaningful inputs were given by so many participants. So thank you so much. Dr. Rakesh, are you there? The session is over from my side. If you want to ask, any participant wants to give some observation, inputs, question. Let me call Dr. Rakesh once. Is Dr. Seema Sharma, you may please conclude the session. Is Dr. Seema Sharma available?
सीमा मैम
Okay, राकेश सर ही आ गए,
जी
ठीक
जी
है।
जी सीमा मैम आप हैं क्या, सुन पा रहे हैं क्या? ओके, आई थिंक शी इज नॉट इन कॉल।
हो
ठीक
सकता
है,
है।
हाँ जी हाँ जी हाँ जी, ठीक है सर, थैंक यू सो मच
अरे
फॉर योर।
thank you, thanks for inviting and giving me an opportunity to interact with such a great audience,
नहीं सर,
participants rather.
राइट सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर, आपने बहुत ही अच्छे से सेशन लिया एंड यू हैव सॉल्व द क्वेरीज एंड क्यूरियोसिटी ऑफ आवर पार्टिसिपेंट्स, सो थैंक यू सो मच सर फॉर योर
Thank you.
टाइम। या
Thank
so participant will meet tomorrow same time at 10 o'clock sharp, right? So yeah, so for a screenshot please switch on your camera once, everyone please switch on your camera.
सर एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाह रहा हूँ, अभी याद आया, थोड़ी देर थिंक कर रहा था।
जी जी सर।
सर एक बेसिकली प्रैक्टिकली प्रॉब्लम आती है इसमें पेटीएम या उसमें कि मेरा एक बिजनेस चलता है, तो वो ट्रांसफर, कस्टमर ने पैसा ट्रांसफर कर दिया, बट बैंक में वो मनी होल्ड हो जाता है, और बैंक जब पेटीएम या इससे बात करते हैं तो कहते हैं कि मेरी साइड से तो डिलीवर्ड हो गया, बट ये प्रॉब्लम्स अदर हैंड से है, तो इस टाइप से इंटर कम्युनिकेशन इसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम आती है, कुछ सजेशन दे सकते हैं क्या वो?
नहीं, सर्वर इशू के कारण ही ऐसा होता है। आइदर द सर्वर ऑफ पेटीएम माइट नॉट बी वर्किंग एट दैट टाइम, और द बैंक सर्वर डजंट इज नॉट वर्किंग। तो ये तो बाय डिफॉल्ट आरबीआई की गाइडलाइंस हैं, विद इन स्पेसिफाइड स्टिपुलेटेड टाइम, if the payment is not credited to your bank but it has been deducted from your account, if it has reached the paytm, then definitely it will be refunded to you. तो ये तो